Really have a secret blacklisting program? Yes, they do. I can tell you for sure. Because I myself experienced it, and I've talked with literally thousands of people who have gone through this experience. So targeting or blacklisting is a program that is run by the United States government, or shall I say, the deep state, as we like to call it, a secret shadow organization. But do not mistake that they are some sort of small, rogue faction. No, it is the ruling, completely in control by government that run this target company. What happens is, for various reasons,
person will get blacklisted. And once this happens,
notice to agent is named principal. So this is page 2 anyway. So this is a saga 2018-2022. Notice to principal, notice to agent, notice to agent, notice to principal, Marley County claim that a full rebuttal to the claims made by the agent. This time again, Home Group Limited Company agents, okay, and their reference is G04029116. Point the fact. You see, my previous, I don't think that's relevant, but the point of the other one. Right, I think it's the other one. Additional notice dated Friday 7th of 10th 2022. Rebuttal to claim made on 7th of 10th 2022. Today's date 8th of 10th 2022. My conditional acceptance of the offer, my return to claim offer. The agent code Mark Henderson, that's public knowledge, you can research. To this housing company head office is, and their company numbers are 22989. UTC 66018, first floor 2, Gosford Parkway, Gosford Business Park, Gosford, Newcastle upon Tyne in England with the postcode there. They're on the attack. Refrain from breach of terms and conditions of offer contract since the 18th of the 9th, 2009. I have since 2018 and 2022 in reference to offer business services ongoing unlawful breach of disability, which I need to spell check this, reasonable adjustments and 9 Statute Act 2000 Statute Law Equality Act. I need to redo that as well, the spelling check. My full rebuttal to claims made by an agent, i.e. within that limited company, I need to spell check this document for print it. Known by Phil, and he knows an agent works in the Department of Maintenance Compliance, and he's only a manager, not a CEO or a director, as he has again causing untruths, as all previous evidence I've got in 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 22. To the comments are to cause me alarm, distress, and harm, and I need to proofread this on Good Job I'm just reading this and spell check it. To the effect on the health of my, i.e. daily health and disability, is unlawful, and Good Job I'm looking at this and spell check it. Point 1. I have already counterclaim offer also date, therefore refrain from all implied action on page 1 of 2 and page 2 of 2 of a letter dated 7th 10th 2022 by Phil Hunter. As agents for Home Group Limited are withdrawn by the agents in the Housing Management Department and its agents for their contract company, which is known, and their agents, MPS Housing Limited, who do constantly gaslight me, by the way, its agents, where I live in the UK, via the gas department, and then put to the correct all data held about myself, that is, reference to this as soon as possible, in line with UK General Data Protection Statute Law Regulation, it's known as GDPR, Data Protection Statute Act 2018, are correctly informed of correct facts as soon as possible. All emails reference to gas safety yearly check by a woman called Lisa, she's the PA to the CEO as agent, whom I have copied into, i.e. MPS Housing Limited Company's Gas Service Department's agents. I am unable to call their call centre, which I used to do, but I constantly was getting engaged home, and with my nature, my private life disabilities, they know this, and my preferred contact by email or normal post. That's for anything. And it's on housing records, by the way, I'm adding that. MPS Housing Limited agents implied by this guy called Phil. I have responded by email, and I need to reproof this email, well, this letter. I'm going to abbreviate it a bit down, a bit long-winded. I have responded by email as soon as I'm aware of a requirement. Therefore, also check the emails by her dated email, and it first started, by the way, as soon as I was notified of dated, and it came by an AI computer printed company that's based in London, UK, that I wasn't aware that my service charges and my rent that I pay for that corporation, its agent, is paying an AI printing company that's automatically offering dates. First, it began as a saga, all this, because they've been using that company for a long time. Dated the 3rd of the night, 2022, and their time was from 12 noon to 5 p.m. I'm sorry, but they know I cannot do that time period, and the reasons why. So I did a counterclaim email, which is quicker. You would have thought I'm co-copied by email by the quarter post. And then I re-offered 4 dates, 4 different dates within by the 2-month period timeline. Okay, by the 11th, 2022. Okay, I had emailed her, and I had campaigned 4 dates, 2 to 4 p.m. mornings, also in line with the UK Gas Safety Statute Regulations. So it's Gas Safety Regulations 2018, and it's section 36.1 and 2, in line with the 2-month deadline for all, whether it's a house you rent or a flat you rent. So within that, okay. So I printed out. They hate that, knowledge. Then her email before that, dated Friday the 13th, correction, 30th of the night, 2022. I had read counterclaim offer to seek confirm what dates I had offered shall be taken upon by this company known as MPS Housing Limited. Her email was 11 a.m. in the morning. She never does morning early emails, and she's obviously working from home to do an email. These emails are pre-dated, pre-done, pre-timed to send. They already know what they're doing, okay? Because I started noticing she's never before ever had a pattern to get at crack of dawn to do an email that time in the morning, ever. All these years I've known of her. Goes on. Email, I just put the times of email. And then the last email I ever got from her was Monday the 3rd of 10th, 2022, and I need to redo this document and proofread it again. Time was 7:30 a.m. by Lisa. And she'd confirmed the fact that MPS Housing Limited Company agents had not yet confirmed the dates I had offered with the times. So as soon as she does, she said in her email, then I shall be emailed. I had not had an email by Wednesday, the 5th of the 10th, 2022, and I do need to do this again. Okay. I did require also instead of I did inquire, and that needs to be just a full stop. I'd also instead the cold calling unknown to me, and they're MK altering me right now, so bear with me. On Thursday the 6th of the 10th, 2022, by instead a card left, a card with a timestamp of 10 a.m. in the morning by a card left. I did email back reference to this to Lisa on Thursday the 6th of 10th, 2022 at 3:50 p.m. with a letter of counterclaim. And I thought clarification, what on earth's going on, basically. On Friday, also a letter, 23rd of the 9th, 2022. Also, by recorded post was signed for on Tuesday. That was signed for. They did get it, by the way, 26th of 9th, 2022. I have not had a response. Redated letter, 7th of 10th, 2022 to this unfounded claims. Came Saturday. And again, I could tell when they killed me by the spelling. And I could not even bloody believe yet again. Saturday. I've got better things to do than all this. Right, so I just have to go through this again. I'll just go and drop this. So basically, in my I've got page. Just check my letter. Page 1. Right, so yeah, so what was it? Let's have a look down. Yeah, so it goes on to, it is said that Mrs. Baldwin and the correct counterclaim offer dates on my email. Now this started the 12th of 9th, 2022. point reference to the offer dates. I'd offered Monday 12th or the 9th. And I'd offered gas safety yearly check, and I expected her email, and I required that in the email by the 5th of the 10th, 2022. The cold call visit at 10 AM on Thursday, 7th, 10th, 2022 still happened. Yet you had cancelled this, as your email did confirm this. Now for Hunter, agent for Homegroup Limited, letter dated Thursday, 10th, 2022, implied incorrect facts. Letter came today, Saturday, 8th, 10th, 2022. Unable to take, and what they've done again, this is what they do in the third attempt. Always been doing this since 2018. So usually at first it's the 12th, 12 till 5 PM. And then the second offer will be like it is here, 8 to 12 noon, which they know I cannot do. Okay. Then the third attempt, right? This is what they do all these years to date, still the same to date, even more intensifying. Okay. Claiming they can offer Tuesday 10th, 2022, when I'm bedbound and I don't get my personal care to such time. And no, I cannot do before that. It's all on my housing records, by the way. So this is repetitive, like response to their agents deliberately and their tactics, what they do with the neuro monitoring. And when you're on the target list and gas stalked and everything else thrown at you, this is what they use. And a certain perp, not perp's the wrong word, a demonic entity known as Stuart. He's been like this, and he's now, whatever he's done to sell his soul, he's pulling his strings, and he hates the fact I'm living here. Well, tough luck, mate. I have not breached a contract, which is implied. This is what they're trying to have been doing all these years. All these perpetrators moved in around here to gaslight me, and unlawfully, home invasions, you name it, going on. He is behind, making sure, with his contacts, so much has been going on, and I have offline evidence as well as online, and diary evidence, time, dates, who's done what and how. And these are truly the end of days. This is unlawful harassment. This is unlawful trespass. This is unlawful direct hate, disability hate, sheer hatred. Individuals that have not sold their souls out. I mean, I'm sure this goes on worldwide, but I'm just putting to the point. Yeah, I didn't proofread this letter either, so I'll just have to go through this later. And then I'll stop and have a break. This is what we want to do. This is Sabbath day and a Saturday, and this is what the demonic entities do. So basically, I just already pointed out the fact that the first date was the 4th of the 10th, 2022. 7th of the 10th, 2022. Well, those 2 dates gone out the window already. Okay, gone out the window. Tuesday, next week, I offered. That's already out the window, isn't it now? 11th of the 10th. They're making that I've caused this, but I haven't, because all the evidence and emails proves otherwise. 11th of the 10th, 2022, 2 till 4. And Wednesday, 12th of the 10th, 2022, 2 till 4. Yeah? Within line of UK Gas Safety Regulation 2018 statute law, sections are said 36, part 1 and 2, within the 2-month deadline. This was resent by email, as I said before, and so basically, and by post before, recorded post, and she didn't get back to me because I chased it up. I asked her, I required her to confirm my email before Wednesday, the 5th of the 10th, 2022. They were never going to do that. And the subject, the breach of contract terms implied, the second dated Thursday, 10th, 2022. Yeah. And on that Tuesday, I had a home invasion. on the 18th of the 9th, 2022. Yeah, going through my private belongings. Right. So this second offer dated 19th of 9th, 2022 was, guess what time for? 8 to 12 p.m. English time. So therefore, I had to reject that. Quite clearly, and as I said, I've got these email evidence confirming 2 emails that was cancelled, and they know full well it was on the housing records. So therefore, they've been doing this since 2018, 2022. How many years is that? 4 years? I have made a full rebuttal upon this claim under today's date, and also previously by email. That got sent at 3:50 on Friday's date, just gone in UK. So I need to proofread this or spell check it as well. So to imply that I'm in breach of contract by this guy called Phil, and yet he offered an appointment again doing the same discrimination tactics, 8 a.m. to 12, knowing full well the history of him doing this. Right? Subject reference the dates. This is where they are in breach of contract. Since November 2021, I reported the tap lever taps, the water, the cold one, in my kitchen sink area in my flat to be repaired, the right to repairs, and nobody got back to me. Is that over 10 months delay now? Coming up for 11 months next month? And then I was also chasing up about my main flat door. Since January 2022, the temporary repair, I've not been offered a date or any information when they're going to replace it. Yeah? Is that now? It's now October. That's 10 months delay. Okay. And this is the same. It's always the same since 2017, the setup I had. This is and before that, other stuff I won't go into right now. But this has always been like this. Now, point I raised about them using the AI, and I might have to redo this because they want you to use your ink, which I'm running out of. AI printing company based in London already provided that fact, what company it is. I did raise my concerns the use of the AI software company in London that Home Good Limited agents are using to send these appointments since 2018 to 2022. That automatically made these appointments, you see. Point 4, where are the times and dates where I'm able to take their offers, i.e. there is a pattern of this taking place. And when I do get an offer, I do email to confirm and reclaim the dates that I can offer. And yet, what happens right now, since the 3rd of 10th, 2022, I had to cancel that because of their time. And the second offer had to get that cancelled. It's not because I don't want actually to get my gas service for you. Of course I bloody do. And they messed up before last year. They had to come back with more parts. And it's the same individual that lives in this town. Right? So MBA is a limited company in London. And no disrespect to these companies, but all due respect. Good gracious me. So, good gracious me. What do they expect from people? The times we are living in. I'll tell you that now. Now, is it a full moon? Because they like to do their demonic rituals in a full moon. Now, this is just adding Well, I've got to not screen share in a minute to amend this. Right. Clouded. Another, I don't know if that's another alignment in the Scottish skies in Scotland. But it looks like clouds covering the full moon. There's another object above it. So, yeah, it is very... I'm just trying to finish off. I was going to try and relax today. They don't do it to anybody else like this around here. I'm very efficient. So I'm now going to put in the background. Stop showing. I'm now going to put some scripture uplifting. 20 past 7 UK time. This is just unbelievable. Yeah. This is just demonic, I tell you. Really, you Freemasons, is that all you got left in you? You know, they're soulless. These elites are soulless. Richard Bruce in America, he knows these entities are not. Richard Bruce in America, he just. Now let me just play this back just to make sure. He knows these entities are not. Richard Bruce in America. Unbelievable. I've got to spell check this letter now. Now let me just play this back just to make sure. You know, these entities are not. Richard Bruce in America. Unbelievable. I've got to spell check this letter now. Let me just play this back. Make sure. You know, it is unbelievable. I'll check with it. Let me just play this back. So let me just
You are on that list until the day you die, then you are not on the list. So I learned this through personal experience starting in 2013 when I uploaded material to social media that apparently put me on this blacklist. And since then, as I said, I have run into so many people that tell the same story and have talked personally with me about all these things to the point where I now understand fairly well what's happening. And of course, thousands and thousands of people have made videos about this. So understand that in order to really understand what I'm saying, if you've never heard of this before, the only way you are going to really get anything out of this presentation is to unhinge your mind a bit from the reality that you currently know. Because that is all I could say to someone who was like me before this happened to me, wherein if I had heard what I'm about to describe, I would at least halfway think that the person has lost a little bit of their sanity. Maybe not fully insane, but just...
Hello, troops. Welcome back to the channel. My name is Ryan.
Happens to people all the time, young or old, but we know more commonly as people grow older, they get a little bit fuzzy around the edges with their reality. And of course, we know there's plenty of people that never had a sense of reality. But what I can tell you is that I would at least halfway think that the person had lost a little bit of their sanity. Maybe not fully insane, but just gotten a little bit fuzzy around the edges. Happens to people all the time, young or old, but we know more commonly as people grow older, they get a little bit fuzzy around the edges with their reality. And of course, we know there's plenty of people that never had a sense of reality. But what I can tell you is that I have evidence to back this up. You can check this out at my social media sites. I have them on YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, and Brighteon. I had several media accounts on different platforms due to the rampant censorship, which you may have heard about. Now, before I get to why I was blacklisted, I want to get into the details of what I learned from being blacklisted, and I'll get to why I was momentarily. However, I first want to describe the situation so that you can start to get a picture of what I'm saying. And one way it might help to even hear what I'm saying instead of just blocking down the firewall of your mind, which is likely to happen when you hear something that goes against what your current understanding of reality is to describe the situation as opening up your mind to a reality that is less happy than the current reality that you have, because that is what happened to me. And no one wants to have their world turned into a dark or darker world than they currently thought it was. Now, I know if you're watching this video, it's not because you're not somewhat curious about truth, and anybody who's going to watch for any length of time and get out of this what I present here is going to be someone who is at least partially interested in, partially open-minded to something that is unbelievable. And it is unbelievable. I couldn't even, when this happened to me, starting in early 2013, when I uploaded that material to social media, I couldn't believe it. It took me 60 days. So I upload this stuff to social media, to my YouTube account, and I really didn't have much that I uploaded to my YouTube channel, but I found this topic, and so I uploaded this, and I didn't think too much of it at the time, until I get helicopters buzzing my place like there's a big raid of some kind, or somebody getting busted for drugs or something. And I'm looking, oh boy, it's right here in the building. I had an apartment in Woodland Hills, and I'm like, whoa, what is this? And as the day wore on, and they kept, it's almost like the noise that's done with these helicopters is designed to freak you out, because it like starts low and then it goes and gets louder, and then it goes over your house with noise and vibration. And you're like, oh, all right, like, whoa, what is this? But towards the end of the day, this kept happening. Okay, I'm on the top floor of this 3-story building in Woodland Hills. And towards the end of the day, it begins to just this sinking feeling like, oh my God. Like, no, this can't be just what I uploaded to social media. Come on. Right? You think I'm nuts for saying, I know. I couldn't, I'm like, no, come on. But then it happened the next day, and the next day. And when I went for a walk down the street to get something at the store, I noticed black SUVs following and stuff. But at first, even when I saw it, it didn't register. But then I began to think about it, and then as it happened more and more, as I'm like, holy crap. I mean, is this a movie? This is a movie. I'm dreaming. This can't, no, come on. So, in any case, in the following days, weeks, and months, I learned for sure it was real. And, you know, I'm making light of it in a way, but I mean, you know, I was, at first, I mean, I was scared. I thought, you know, what was going to happen? Because I started getting police cars lighting up their siren behind me and zooming around. I thought they were going to pull me over. They didn't. They would like zoom around me, like they would pull over somebody right next to you. It happened so much. I decided to buy a dash camera and get it on film, and I did. But when I did that form of stalking stopped because it was so obvious, right in your face. I mean, it was, you know, I could, if I had kept that up, I mean, I could have, you know, I definitely could have gone to a lawyer and sued. But what they did was they kept up what's called air stalking. Okay, so what this is, it's a too weird to believe it's true psychological warfare campaign. You say, well, okay, great. I mean, what's, you know, what are you talking about here? Why would they do this? I mean, can't they just throw you in jail? Apparently not. Apparently not in all cases. I mean, I think in some cases they can if you have priors. I didn't have any priors. That's the thing. So I led a pretty boring life working as a secretary in a medical office, and I was an artist as my hobby. And I did, you know, as a Christian, I wrote up little pamphlets, you know, that I was delivering, you know, just to various places, but, you know, nothing on a grand scale until I uploaded this stuff to my social media account, which, whoa, then I started attracting an audience. But the audience that I attracted was just beyond belief. So what I'm telling you is that this is real. It happened to me. I challenge anybody with an open mind to talk with me if you think I'm nuts, or look at my uploads to my social media accounts, primarily YouTube. I know the censorship is so bad, I don't know when they might delete my channel, so I have alternate sites on BitChute, Rumble, and Brighteon. So of course, when this happens to you, you investigate. You know, I bought a video camera and I started, you know, recording the helicopters. I started, you know, you can see from my social media, Richard Bruce on YouTube, you can see that I started recording it, and then I started investigating, and I found out what seems to be the story. Now, I had actually heard of it just peripherally. I didn't really pay much attention to it as I was like watching UFO videos. I was always interested in UFOs and, you know, the whole mystery behind that. And I had concluded long before any of this that the government was behind it. Not only that, but there was something very weird about the government covering it up, because why would they hide extraterrestrials, the most important discovery man could ever make, practically, from the general population? Why would the government hide that from the people? I mean, why wouldn't they? And why wouldn't enough people in government and media speak out and say, hey, this is really going on. We're getting, you know, apparently, you know, technology craft that's way beyond what we have, and it looks like it's from other planets here. So through this investigation, I found out that there are many types of targeting tools that the blacklisters use, the deep state. I'll just call them the deep state for now. And some of those tools are directed energy weapons of various kinds, things that you just couldn't believe. There's actually been some stuff in the news you may have heard about an embassy where some people complained of being sick, and they found out it was some sort of directed energy weapon or some kind of microwave weapon that was hitting these people. Well, it turns out they have had for a long time, a wide variety of things that can cause anything from burning skin. You can see the pictures of these people. You're not going to, of course, see it on any sort of mainstream news because all of that is under control. But people that get burns on their skin, on their bodies, and they hear ringing. They can cause mood swings. There was some guy in Japan talking about how they were controlling his bowel movements to do everything from make a hard stool to a loose stool and everything in between, and all kinds of torments, people with headaches and all kinds of stuff that they attribute to being targeted and or these directed energy weapons of various kinds. And so there's that. And then there's what they call street theater. So some people, it was featured on a now algorithmically isolated, but got 3 million views
movie on Vice, the Vice channel on YouTube, and it's called The Nightmare World of Gang Stalking, in which two reporters came over from New York and shot with me for a couple of days. And it was very interesting, but one of the things that I'm getting to here is that there was somebody in that feature who said that they had vehicles driving around them on the freeway, and like they would all be the same color or something, and then they would be boxing them in, and then other things where he'd be walking on the street, and then just all these people would be like walking around, and he knew that they were in on it, and it's like they either have a key phrase, or they do something, or they say something that is derogatory or addresses something about that person's life to try to drive them crazy. So this is known as street theater. So a lot of people get this. I was fortunate in several respects. I didn't get the burning. I got other types of directed energy weapons hitting me. Like I'd get these headaches and dizziness. That was one of the main things that I got. And who knows what else. But, because I have some other symptoms, but you don't want to be paranoid about it and assume that everything is this. People do have health problems that are obviously not having to do with some dark government blacklisting program, but there are a lot of things that are out there, and, you have to make a decision about what's what. But in any case, there's a variety of things that can get you, and say, well, this is all kind of strange. I mean, how come they can't just kill you? Why not? Why do this? Why do these little petty tactics? Because that's one of the things the questions you ask is, wait a minute, they're so powerful. They're the government. I mean, cart you off to jail or do whatever. So one of the things I was lucky, I didn't get the street theater, I didn't get the burning, I didn't get the street theater, but I got the helicopters, like what they call air stalking. So another thing too is really, here we go, straining your belief. Turns out the government has had, and you can see this actually on The Simpsons, they parody this, it's amazing, that comedy cartoon on television called The Simpsons actually shows this holographic aircraft. They show a helicopter, like, supposedly buzzing somebody, and then in the cartoon they show it disappearing. Well, I found out through a gentleman named John Lear, who was an ex-Air Force and space program NASA flight tester. So he would test aircraft and so forth. But he says he found out through his investigation that the government has technology of holograms of aircraft wherein with noise and vibration and everything that goes with it, where you cannot tell the difference. You just literally cannot tell the difference between one that's real right beside it and the hologram. And I found out that this was true firsthand, because what they would do is I couldn't believe it, that they would keep up this air stalking to the point it's to try to intimidate you and drive you crazy, get you to stop whatever it is you're doing. Or I found out it's basically forever. So even if you stop doing what it is they want you to stop doing, they'll continue it forever. Although they didn't send me a manual or a message this whole time. They didn't arrest me. They never sent me a message. I did have, apparently, it might have been a plant, but apparently a whistleblower who was on the program, who was working on it, and was apparently, according to him, he was at the last part of his life. He sent me an email. He said he wanted to confess to me that he was in on it, he was part of it, and that he explained some things to me about it, various things, but I didn't know if that was real or not. In any case, they do have this program of all these little things, tiny things that it's too weird. Why would they do it? Well, they do it. They know that repetitive things work. Those little things that just seem like, for instance, a guy talked with me. Actually, several people have actually told me that they've had a thing where people say a key phrase. Okay, one was balls, another one was fuck nigger. Sorry for my French there, but that's what this one other guy told me. And what they would do is and he said everywhere you go, even across state lines, you know, somebody could go up and say, hey, look at her, you know, and or, you know, hey, balls, you know, and everywhere they would go. And you say, well, okay, they must have a vast and powerful network. Yes, they do. But it's more than that, as I'll get to. Another thing I was fortunate about was that I knew right away not to go to the police, because a lot of people go to the police and they have a whole program set up, because this is another thing that's going to strain the credibility here. Okay, I know, sounds like paranoia, sounds like it's not true. I had police in my family, okay, so I'm not anti-police here, all right, and I never was anti-police, I never was for defund the police. What are you going to do, defund the police? It's ridiculous. But apparently they're in control of all law enforcement across the country and worldwide, I believe. It's actually worldwide. It's not just America. It's worldwide. They have worldwide control. Okay. So, you know, come on. You're talking about a conspiracy that's too big to be true. I thought it was too big to be true. I heard other people saying things along those unbelievable lines, and I did not believe them. They were very credible people, but I did not believe them. Well, it turns out these unbelievable things are true. Just open up your mind to that possibility. Don't close it. Otherwise, you're not going to, you just, you know, a lot of times when you hear somebody and you think they're wrong, you just, that's it. The gate comes down and they are a nut job, a whack job. Give me a chance here to at least get you to entertain the idea that that which we think is impossible is possible, and it's going on. And it's exactly because we think it's impossible that it remains hidden. So because in my case, they were using police vehicles to target me, I just reasoned that they are in control of the whole situation, because I was publishing this on social media, and I know that, you know, if the FBI and the CIA and any of those people are doing their jobs, they're watching social media for lunatics saying, yeah, I bought a bunch of guns and now I'm going to go out and kill somebody. So they're watching seat to seat. And in fact, it turns out it looks even bigger than that social media is actually created as an observation tool. It was initially created for that, even though people think it was just, you know, a couple of guys, startup tech and everything. Oh, it's a great idea. But it turns out that actually a lot of the stuff like Facebook, there's evidence that Facebook was started that. Maybe YouTube wasn't started by that, but then it was bought up by Google, and then it certainly became that, as a lot of us who started digging into the truth found out. The powers that shouldn't be, as the great Mr. James Corbett, a documentarian who was banned from YouTube, the great tragedy that he was banned because this guy was more PG rated than I am, and he wasn't even a Christian. But he did excellent documentaries, and he got banned. And for what? For telling the truth, okay? Especially as the pandemic came up and he started talking about that, and maybe he was warned, I don't know, but he decided to push through, and all of his work, I mean, a great body of work. I mean, great presentations. I mean, just, I can't even believe that this one guy did it from Japan, but he did. And he's gone now, along with a lot of other great people. So that's another aspect to this, which is that they don't want you to know this. And this gets to even another weirder thing, which is that if they can delete all those people, why don't they delete everyone, especially someone like me who's basically isolated, and they're not going to, you know, no one's going to, you know, there's going to be a federal investigation if they shut my YouTube channel down. They obviously don't want me to publish, but apparently it looks to me like there's some kind of rules that they have to follow, which means that these people with this evil intent are not the ultimate ones in charge. And because otherwise, why wouldn't they kill me? And as a matter of fact, that gets to another even weirder thing about this, which is that I will witness, have no proof of this, but I will witness to you that they tried to kill me 3 times. In 2 of the attempts on my life trying to kill me, the would-be assassins were themselves killed. And once again, other people can say, you know, other people who have heard me say this, especially in the targeted individual community, believe that I am off my rocker. What I can say is that there are ways of finding out things and knowing things which are not credible in terms of by way of proof, but nonetheless, you know them. And yes, some of that has to do with faith, but there is triangulating, corroborating evidence by which you can determine that those messages that you might receive about certain things which are hidden from most are in fact the truth. So when this happens, a lot of people obviously, you know, they're like, whoa, there's some kind of gang or something happening. Oh my God, you go to the police, okay? Well, as I said, they control the police and they have a whole thing set up. It's all very organized. They control society, friends. It's what I'm trying to tell you. If you're a fellow American, you're hearing about this or you're investigating, targeting or whatever, it sounds like lunacy. I understand. Until this happened to me, until something dark really hit your life and you just go, whoa, you know, like that one scene from The Vampire, I think it was called The Night Flyer, and he sees him for the first time, he's like, ah! You know, it's like that. I mean, except it's reality, you know. I mean, I can remember telling my stepbrother at a family meeting one time, you know, I started to talk with him about it. I could see the moment when he realized I wasn't telling a science fiction. You know, I could tell like a little bit as I'm talking, he's thinking I'm talking about some movie episode. But when it begins to, he realized that I was trying to tell him the reality. I could just see the, you know, the ain't gonna listen, or it's not gonna register. So a lot of the stuff, something really dark has to hit you in the face. You know, like the song says, some things you gotta feel to be real, or see to be real firsthand, experiencing it firsthand. So I just like to say that as a point of sanity, because the whole point of making these videos is to bridge the gap between people who haven't experienced this and those who have, and try to get the news out about this. But then again, people who haven't broken away from the happy-go-lucky world where, oh, our government is good and our police are righteous, and you know, in general, of course, there's some corruption, but in general, they're good people in control of everything. You know, they don't want to hear from someone like me. I'm the dark jerk that they don't want to hear their paranoid conspiracy theories about, because that clouds their happy life. And until you have a reason to cloud your happy life, you don't want to hear from someone like that. Just to clarify what they do, if you go to police, they say, okay, so you say, yeah, there's people following me or something like that. Okay, we need to submit you for a psychological evaluation. You go for the psychological evaluation, you tell them what really happened to you, they label you as schizophrenic, and depending on this or that, they may actually recommend to commit you to a mental institution where they give you drugs, and those drugs fry your brain. I know this because there was the guy who actually was the key guy who got me into the information, because he had uploaded some of this information before I did, and then this and that happened to him, and then his parents decided that he went to the police and complained, and then they said, well, they had to submit him for a psych evaluation, blah, blah, blah. So then they committed him to this thing, and he was gone for 3.5 years. And when he came back, he unfortunately had basically lost his mind, at least as far as I can tell, and what a lot of other people also confirmed. And it's really unfortunate, and I don't mean to denigrate this fellow, because I think that initial work was fantastic. And then I think that after they had institutionalized him, they did something, and it really did a number on him. So, and this happens to a lot of people, I think, and maybe even some of these people will never come out of these mental institutions because maybe the drugs cause them to go crazy, and then they said, oh, we really can't let them out, and then that's how they get rid of you. And you say, well, that sounds like a paranoid conspiracy theory. I know. But what I'm telling you is, this is real. This is how they have a whole plan set up to catch you. So, but I was lucky in that, because I had police vehicles harassing me, doing stalking, I just knew, you know, I just said to go into the police force, and I sure as heck was right. So that was another telling you is that apparently, and this targeting and the thing with law enforcement under control is worldwide. It's in every, the only place where it isn't
No,
is
it's only
some, smaller, maybe jungle type community or something like that, where they don't have modernity. But besides that, I believe it's all under control. It's a centralized control, so it's not like different fighting factions like a lot of people think. Of course, there's infighting among many groups, but as far as the control goes, the world control blacklisting, targeting, gang stalking program, it's centralized, it's worldwide, it's standardized, and short of a world power revolution, which is not going to happen too easily, there won't be any stop to it. So once all this happened to me, it continued to this day, and so I'm targeted, and I realized that everything is not quite what it seems. Law enforcement, the government, it's all very dark and weird and scary. And when I realized this, I realized that I had the ability to look into other things that I just had heard peripherally, but I hadn't given much thought to. It sounded like crazy conspiracy theories, just like anybody else. When you hear some of this dark, crazy sounding stuff, it's like dark conspiracy stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's true, but you really don't look into it. Like I said, unless you have a real reason to. So I did. I started looking into a few of these things, and here's just a sampling of some of the dark things that I learned now that I was prepared to see the darkness. So I'll start with one of the first things, which is the medical industry and medicine in general. It's all under control, same as the police. And unfortunately, what I found out was it's not for our good. In fact, it's so dark and weird and scary that, once again, it's just beyond belief. But so my mother, being a medical doctor and having an interest in autism, because my niece was autistic, my sister's daughter, and she looked into this, and she told me at one point that she felt that the AMA, the American Medical Association, and the CDC were corrupt and lying. And I said, well, why is that? And she said, well, because I've looked into the treatments for various diseases. I'm not going to be specific because that information tends to get censored on YouTube, so I'm just going to keep it general. But various, well-established preventative treatments for diseases were in fact causing harm. Now, my mother was highly competent and honest to a fault. I mean, I had no doubts about her integrity or competence, but in this case, I couldn't believe it because I said, Mom, I just saw a study on this major news outlet with a control group study of 300 people, and they tested these preventative medicinal things that they give to children, and they found that it was perfectly safe. And so, I'm sorry, Mom, but if it's between believing you and believing something that's on a major news network, that if it was fake, if we found out, right? Okay, so let me just once again break the barrier of what you may be able to believe, because what I found out was that they can do these huge, outrageous lies that I just couldn't believe it. And yet somehow, very few people realize the truth. The majority go on thinking that this is an honest news telling you the truth about a scientific study that they did testing the safety of a medical procedure, preventative medicine. And you just can't believe it. Can't believe it that they could knowingly, to everyone's face, tell a huge, outrageous lie to protect what? Some sort of financial interest? It doesn't make sense, because they would be criminally liable. Well, what I'm here to tell you is that yes, they do. They put it in everyone's face, and it's so unbelievable. That's exactly why people don't believe it. But it's true. And to say something extreme, like somehow somebody who wants to kill us is in control of the entire American medical apparatus as we understand it, is not going too far. It's not some sort of insane, deeply dark, negative statement. Okay? Check it out for yourself. Because actually, all it takes is looking at the facts with an open mind. You don't have to dig very hard to contact some sort of secret group or get some secret film or something. It's actually right there. It's just whoever's doing this, whatever force is behind this, it's like they're confident in knowing that most people can't even begin to think something this dark, this evil is the only word for it, could possibly be true. And it doesn't make sense from many different angles. Why would mothers with their own children want to do this? Why would a human being want to do this? Is the question you ask. It doesn't make sense. So not just the medical system, but actually also the education system. You say, well, what's the evil they're doing there? They're teaching people false and wrong things deliberately, and the occupations that you will be allowed to make money in this world with are actually corruptions, crimes which denigrate your soul. They know that it's evil. They know that it's corrupt, but you have no choice. You got your degree in that field, and if you don't conform to those parameters, you will be out of business. You will not be able to make money. Okay? Money is the key to the whole thing. That's how it's all controlled. Anyone who finds out any of this and who resists, their money will be cut off. If you see somebody who still has plenty of money, well, I wouldn't trust what they're saying. In fact, I found out later that what they do is, in the education system, it's actually designed to make you stupid. That your thinking is closed and limited, and you have to think in this little box. They don't want your mind to be expanded. It's all done. It sounds like it's too big of a conspiracy to possibly be true. There's all these different organizations and people in charge of it, different histories, and blah blah blah. How can how could it all be organized? It is, and one of the key telling points of it is that most major colleges have a secret society organization of some kind, as they call it, some sort of college thing. But in fact, if you dig deeper, these secret society clubs are actually places to groom young leaders who will go along with the evil and keep their mouths shut. Okay, it's similar to the Freemasons. Okay, the whole point of being a Freemason is that one of the main oaths that you take is to keep your mouth shut no matter what about their activities and things that they do, because it's that whole thing where you build up to a 33-degree Freemason, whatever. The degrees that you go are initiations, and at first, of course, it's designed to not shock people away. They're not going to show the people the evil right away, but they get you up to a certain level, training you, apparently, young leaders, to be leaders of the society that we now have, a world of wicked entrapment, okay? And anybody who really stands up for good will be isolated, cut off, demonized, and violent. In the book by William Hopkins called Selected by Extraterrestrials, he describes that when he was recruited as a young man still at grade school, found out later that that's what they do. They recruit people before they enter into the college system because they know that that college system is actually designed to stupefy the mind. They don't want people thinking out of the box. They don't want people who can, when presented with evidence, actually accept what they're seeing. They want people with the horse blinders on, okay? I know that sounds too crazy to be true, but it is. It's actually designed to make you closed-minded and not thinking outside of the parameters of your allowed occupation for money. But if you stay in it, if you stay in the system, if you're approved, if you're not a rebel fighting on the edges, an outcast, I say the results will be much, much worse. In addition to the medical and scholastic systems being designed to weaken and destroy humanity, apparently, also the food industry is a little bit more of an obvious example. And yet you could say, well, people just go with what sells, and that's why they don't necessarily sell the healthiest food. But it turns out they know, and it's been known for a long time, but they keep it hidden from general knowledge. Basically, if you eat the food that is generally offered, you will be obese, diabetic, cancerous, heart diseased, etc., etc. Designed specifically to make humans weak, sick, dying, dependent on the medical system, which once you get the so-called medicine for whatever illness you have, that medicine actually makes it 10 times worse and kills you quicker. Yes, it sounds crazy, but if you look into it with an open mind, that there could be some sort of fantastic evil force in control of it all, and you just look at some of the basic facts, it's right there. And once again, they know that very few people will choose the truth. So aside from also the food industry, by the way, sugar, in case you didn't know, it's basically poison. And what you'll find when you go to any sort of, like, for instance, Starbucks, everything that's in there, it's either sugary or salty and fatty, and generally not that good deal. If it's something pure like fruit, then the fruit might be, guess what, genetically modified, or GMOs, and it turns out that is a severe cause of cancer, which is why, that information is actually leaked out to the public, but most people are beginning to wake up and realize that you got to buy non-GMO foods, is why you're seeing the trend for people buying GMO foods, because that's been so in your face. And yet, even with that, the rest of everything else is a suspect. For instance, the treatment for cancer, chemotherapy, is actually designed that they give you the cancer from various things, and then they finish you off with the chemo. And my mother was offered, before she died of cancer in 2013, she was offered a alternative chemo. Well, that killed her like that. She died. And I warned her, don't get the chemo. But she decided to take it. As I mentioned, censorship of social media, people's Twitter and YouTube accounts, is one of the main problems that we have in terms of getting the truth out. And you can see that it's a control mechanism. And the other main control mechanism, of course, is the mainstream media, as I mentioned. But I want to mention it again just to emphasize that everything that we see on anything that's on television as far as news is actually controlled lies and propaganda, not for profit because people have bought them out, not because some rogue agency like the FBI or CIA or something has threatened a certain news organization or news organizations that they might do something let slip a certain truth. No. You need to understand that it's actually a complete, under control operation worldwide of media, complete and utter control to where, and also it's lies and propaganda. It's not goodness coming out of the tube at your face. It's evil. That's what I found out. It's beyond evil. And to my embarrassment, I love TV. I used to be such a fan of TV. I asked for one of my relatives to let me a little money so I could at least buy a small RV, a small TV to put in my RV. And I mean, I used to watch the nightly news with Jim Lara or NBC with Brian Williams or whatever. Used to be Tom Brokaw, and I mean, I loved the TV. I mean, I watched it. I was an avid fan, but I found out that it's not just lies and propaganda, or maybe some things are untrue. It's almost like it's designed to pour evil out in your face so that you are brainwashed and brain dead and asleep, so that you don't wake up to what's happening. Because if you can even stand their lying narrative, then you will naturally be against any voice that speaks the truth, and you will believe their lies, their stories, even the television shows, the movies, the things are designed to vilify the truth and those speaking the truth, and then popularize and make cool the people who are the liars and who are propagating a lie. It's like a complete inversion of truth, an inversion of that which is good, but with a facade of goodness to it. And I got a message, which was 2 parking tickets in a row, like right in the same day, like within an hour, as I was about to, in another episode, buy a TV for myself. And I realized, because I read the scripture, and it says that when something goes wrong for you, consider if it is a message about something. And when I considered it, I thought, oh, this is a message about getting the TV. And so I took that as a message, and I decided not to. I haven't been watching TV now for, I don't know how long it's been, close to 10 years. And I can tell you that now, from the perspective of not having watched it, and then now and again seeing it somewhere, like somewhere maybe at someone's house or something, or maybe catch a piece of it on the internet too. It's so dark. Oh my goodness, it is so dark, so evil. I would say to anyone, look, I know I used to love TV, man. I was a TV addict, man. I loved TV. I grew up with TV. I loved it. It was like the main window to something cool in this world that was free, basically, right? Just have an antenna. But I can tell you that now I know that this force of evil that I'm talking about here has complete control. There is nothing that can be on television that is actually something good and wholesome that you want. I don't care what show it is. It seems impossible, I know. There are things that look so good. Like, for instance, I don't know, and I couldn't point to.
So this is a pattern of events because I've just found some documents. I'm going to check that in a minute. Let's just pull that down. It's been 9 minutes, anyway. All the sirens goes off. Right. I have found evidence of a history. A guy called Harrison, and it is this MPS Housing Limited Company is owned by Mears Group PLC. PLC company number in England is 3232863. This is basically is part of the Mears Group PLC. They have a national contract in England with Ministry of Justice. It's a limited company, head office in Petit France, London. Right. When I've got evidence, I can copy this in about the yearly gas service check, because they're repeatedly, it's a letterhead and it'd be a reference number, but it's AI produced. And so basically it's a history of offering morning appointments. So this goes back to a Wednesday date, 29th of September, okay, 2021. And offering, it's an AI produced letter, and it's offering then 9 AM to 1 PM. So I'm going to edit this and copy this in, because all this saga as well was going on just for my birthday last year, and it's been like that since 2018. So I had already done what I've been doing this time around that year and since 2018. So as I said, my email's 29th of the night 2021, then Tuesday 28th of the night 2021. They lack a response, and this is a pattern what they do. And you just heard Richard Bruce, American guy, about is one on a watch list or something like that. He was just quoting. I'll just stop that pausing for a minute, because I have found an email. And evidence basically that this is part of the targeting gaslighting. This is in England, it's known within the statute law, disability discrimination. The unlawful discrimination, unlawful breach of Equality Statute Act 2010. And this is the whole history. It's not just one company, it's constant with various other offer goods and services. So I have not ever denied a lawful entry to a private dwelling on full disclosure terms and conditions of what that requirement is. Okay. So when I'm so efficient myself with responding and a lawful due process in England, and especially the times we're living in. So they hate that. Really dislike that. So as I said earlier, that perpetrator, a certain individual, I won't mention, I don't breach any GDPR data protection, but do it to me. They breach my privacy all the time. There's no such thing as privacy. You put on a watch list. This is international. I've got a copy of it, by the way. Whoever put people on this, pure hatred it is. Whoever's put someone on a watch list, whether it's done computerization, lies, manipulation, freemasons climbing up the ladder in the Masonic Lodge just to get whatever. So ever since I moved in here, it's been like that. But as I studied tort law, common law, many subjects related to dates, I've educated myself, and that's where that website streaming on the channel is. And this is where all my internet is rerouted. I have never, ever, as a living flesh and being, not one other individual has any authority. Not one other individual has any authority over another. In common law, we're equal. As long as you don't cause harm and physical harm, you know, as well. Look in common law within England. You haven't committed any common law. And as well, look at canon law. That's useful to know. It's reference to contract law. And they use acts and statutes, needs the consent of the governed. Did anyone consent to be offered goods and services? Where is a full disclosure? So I've got a list of dun&bradstreet.co.uk. A lot of these companies claim to be governments. They are not. So, of course, yeah, they're just radiating me with frequencies right now. So I'm just taking a moment. So this agent works for these companies, actually paid by these companies, right? Whatever job description they have. And there's also a website known as Lincoln. A lot of these businesses, and especially individuals that want to promote their career or change their jobs or whatever, they promote themselves on there and when last job they had, what position they had. You can find out these individuals as well on social media eventually if you really want to dig hard into it all. But I'll just keep it basic to the point. There's a pattern of events. So the intent to create the alarm, harm, stress to my health and safety and disability effects is deliberate intent. Okay, so one needs to not use emotions in response to this, but practical and lawful facts. The facts is what one needs to use when one is responding to this presumption one's been a breach of a contract. Well, what terms, what phrase? I've already dealt with this before with the assumptions. The fact that these agents working for this housing companies are nationally well known. It's local agents, and it's very clear, I've got evidence of this, who has been breaching their terms and conditions. It's not just one company either, they're agents. And so therefore, as that gentleman, as you heard, and I briefly showed his channel, you can go and check it out. People don't realise what this blacklisting is about. You can see how this affects your everyday life. So whether you got a physical disability or non-obvious disability, one can see how, especially in England, and times we're living in, how they're beelining unlawfully. You know, it's really demonic. So yeah, this I had a gut feeling. I thought, hold on, they've done all this before. So and when you learn about definitions of words and meanings of words, sentence grammar as well, hence me checking the yeah, so it's all sort of threat, it's all fear, and what these demonic entities use is fear. And the wording is done by design. And this time, a slightly different wording they have used. I could easily get out the previous wording they've used, so you radiating my body at the moment. It's demonic. on a Saturday all days, you know, they do this. So anyway, it's not just about a gas boiler check either. So 2020, I got letters on that year, the same kind of event. Same type of emails and letters, the words used. I've got evidence at year 2020. They've done this before, mornings, yeah. So the guy called Harrison claimed to work for MPS Housing, but it isn't. He works for Mears Group PLC. Phil Hunter, yeah, so got it again. 18th of November 2022. The words used again. Or they would put 1 o'clock till 5. Okay. And here we go. And then, you know, all these appointments. So I've got that every. All the correct of the words used. (2019). So they don't believe there's a history of them doing this to me. They've changed the wording on the back. Right. They eventually, back in January 2022, did adhere to the correct time then, only after the third attempt. And there's a whole history of treatment. It's the same guy called Simon. Every year. Yeah, evil. Pure evil. So yeah, 19th September, they did eventually 2020 that year. So they have changed their wording deliberately. I thought they had. There's evidence they're offering morning appointments. In 2019, 2020, 2021. This is not me. Right? This is what happens when they use the pattern. Let's check the battery, right? So basically, since 2018, 2019, 2020, 21, 2021, 2022 is an automatic AI printing company. And I have repeatedly requirement to offer an afternoon. It doesn't take too long to do a quick email to confirm, yes, we will make the lawful reasonable adjustments to fit in with your personal care, etc., etc. And how they word this is condition of your contract to allow us to gain entry. Of course, I'm not stupid, bloody hell, but this is how agents, and I have found evidence. Okay, so this agent again today, as I said, Phil, I had exactly the same issues with the former woman called Jantsary. Jantsary. I think she's left now because she's had a kid. And when I got robbed beginning of the year, my email changed, but they all know my correct email. So, excuse me. They implied a breach of contract, right, back in 2019, 2020. And this my recount claim rebuttal, even then, yet again, 18th of November 2020. And I included their own UK national policies and evidence of the cold calling then, proof of posting recorded letters then. You can't make this up, seriously. And the photocopies of the companies, company house details, and the maintenance compliance manager's the same guy. He's still in his job. He still kept his job, despite the failures back in that period of time as well. So I am the beneficiary and settler for the uppercase birth certificate letters without prejudice or rights reserved, non-consumptive. This audio video stream made, and so is this correspondence I will be sending without ill will, because this is a demonic, extremely demonic when it's repetitive. Now, the head office of Mears Group PLC, public knowledge, by the way, is 1390 Mortar Pier Court, Gloucestershire in England, who has the contract, business contract, in commerce and business with Home Group Limited Company and its agents. Yeah, so this is repetitive, and when you're targeted and gaslighted, and then obviously I've got copies of the paperwork still, as I said, evidence sent by email as well, 7 attachments actually it was, and they just ignored it. What more do you want? It's ridiculous. So now I'm just gonna I'll just get this out of the way. And just people need to know what their God-given rights are, their lawful rights are, especially when you're put in this program and you're having your internet communications monitored, and it's all unlawful. And there's certain things I can't go into. They just will not repair my flat. I've got evidence of 2019 report. It confirms public servants' negligence, malpractice in how they should have done things. I do not have a lawful obligation to share my private data, just enough to aid those that make it clear what I've been negotiating for a long time to get this bathroom repaired. And it's not simple just moving out. I've sought independently other things myself over a period of 2 years. And in my situation, the lockdowns in England, the way things are still, by the way, is not that simple. And I sought to various companies, especially now I'm getting older. I've looked into, like, when you're targeted, I saved up to hire somebody with a van to put stuff in storage, give things away that I don't need. What's the point of having things in home if you don't use them? I don't want to sell them, just give them away. I can't even give things away. And this is how it is. So then people that don't know you, they're offering a service, will come into your home and see that they might observe your private dwelling and make presumptions about your private life. And then if they get wind that you're part of the target program, they will just falsify reports and documents about you. And now, with the way the world is now, and the big other subject I won't go into myself right now, and other people are really doing a good job getting the truth out there about other subjects. I won't cover myself. It's not my place. This is very so anyway, that's what we're at that point. The fact. It's fact. At the fact. Since 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 is an automatic AI printing company. And I have repeatedly inquired of an afternoon. It doesn't take too long to do
with your personal parents, etc.
Like,
And how
come
they
on.
work is condition of your contract, 2 hours. Okay, enter. Of course, I'm
But then it happened the next day,
This is how
and the next day. And when I went for a walk down the street to get something at the store, I noticed black SUVs following and stuff. But at first, even when I saw it, I just, it didn't register. But then I began to think about it, well, and then as it happened more and more, as I'm like, holy crap. I mean, is this a movie? This is a movie. I'm dreaming. This can't, no, come on. So, in any case, in the following days, weeks, and months, I learned for sure it was real. And, you know, I'm making light of it in a way, but I mean, you know, I was, at first, I mean, I was scared. I thought, you know, what was going to happen? Because I started getting police cars lighting up their siren behind me and zooming around. I thought they were going to pull me over. They didn't. They would like zoom around me, like they would pull over somebody right next to me. It would happen so much. I decided to buy a dash camera and get it on film, and I did. But when I did that, that form of stalking stopped because it was so obvious, right in your face. I mean, it was, you know, I could, if I had kept that up, I mean, I could have, you know, I definitely could have gone to a lawyer and sued. But what they did was they kept up what's called air stalking. Okay, so what this is, it's a too weird to believe it's true psychological warfare campaign. You say, well, okay, great. Great, Chipping. What's, you know, what are you talking about here? Why would they do this? I mean, can't they just throw you in jail? Apparently not. Apparently not in all cases. I mean, I think in some cases they can if you have priors. I didn't have any priors. That's the thing. So I led a pretty boring life working as a secretary in the medical office, and I was an. And I did, you know, as a Christian, I wrote up little pamphlets, you know, that I very on a grand scale. Stuff to my social media. Just beyond belief. It happened to me. I challenge anybody with an open mind to talk with me if you think I'm nuts, or look at my uploads to my social media accounts, primarily YouTube. I don't know, the censorship is so bad. I don't know when they might delete my channel. So I have alternate sites on BitChute, Rumble, and Brighteon. So of course, when this happens to you, you investigate. You know, I bought a video camera and I started, you know, recording the helicopters. I started, you know, you can see from my social media, Richard Bruce on YouTube, you can see that I started recording it, and then I started investigating. And I found out what seems to be the story. Now, I had actually heard of it just peripherally. I didn't really pay much attention to it as I was like watching UFO because I was always interested in UFOs and, you know, the whole mystery behind that. And I had concluded long before any of this that the government was behind it. Not only that, but there was something very weird about the government covering it up, because why would they hide extraterrestrials, the most important discovery man could ever make, practically, from the general population? Why would the government hide that from the people? I mean, why wouldn't they? And why wouldn't enough people in government and media speak out and say, hey, this is really going on. We're getting, you know, apparently, you know, technology craft that's way beyond what we have, and it looks like it's from other planets here. So through this investigation, I found out that there are many types of targeting tools that the blacklisters use. Deep state, I'll just call it the deep state for now. And some of those tools are directed energy weapons of various kinds, things that you just couldn't believe. There's actually been some stuff in the news. You may have heard about an embassy where some people complained of being sick, and they found out it was some sort of directed energy weapon or some kind of microwave weapon that was hitting these people. Well, turns out they have had for a long time a wide variety of things that can cause anything from burning skin. You can see the pictures of these people. You're not going to, of course, see it on any sort of mainstream news because all of that is under control. But people that get burns on their skin, on their bodies, and they hear ringing. They can cause mood swings. There was some guy in Japan talking about how they were controlling his bowel movements to do everything from make a hard stool to a loose stool and everything in between, and all kinds of torment people with headaches and all kinds of stuff that they attribute to being targeted and or these directed energy weapons of various kinds. And so there's that, and then there's what they call street theater. So some people, it was featured on a now algorithmically isolated, but got 3 million views movie on Vice, the Vice channel on YouTube, and it's called The Nightmare World of Gang Stalking, in which 2 reporters came over from New York and shot with me for a couple of days. And it was very interesting, but one of the things that I'm getting to here is that there was somebody in that feature who said that they had vehicles driving around them on the freeway, and like they would all be the same color or something, and then they would be boxing them in, and then other things where he'd be walking on the street, and then just all these people would be like walking around, and he knew that they were in on it, and it's like they either have a key phrase, or they do something, or they say something that is derogatory or addresses something about that person's life to try to drive them crazy. So this is known as street theater. So a lot of people get this, and I was fortunate in several respects. I didn't get the burning. I got other types of directed energy weapons hitting me. Like I'd get these headaches and dizziness. That was one of the main things that I got, and who knows what else. But because I have some other symptoms, but you don't want to be paranoid about it and assume that everything is this. People do have health problems that are obviously not having to do with some dark government blacklisting program, but there are a lot of things that are out there, and you have to make a decision about what's what. But in any case, there's a variety of things that can get you, and you say, well, this is all kind of strange. I mean, how come they can't just kill you? Why not? Why do this? Why do these little petty tactics to try to? Because that's one of the things the questions you ask is, wait a minute, they're so powerful. They're the government. I mean, how come they can't just cart you off to jail or do whatever? Because that's one of the big mysteries. But so that was one of the things I was lucky. I didn't get the street theater. I didn't get the burning. I didn't get the street theater, but I got the helicopters, what they call air stalking. So another thing too, this is really wild, and this is going to strain your belief. Here we go, straining your belief. Turns out the government has had, you can see this actually on The Simpsons, they parody this. It's amazing. That comedy cartoon on television called The Simpsons actually shows this holographic aircraft. So they show a helicopter, like, supposedly buzzing something, and then in the cartoon they show it disappearing. Well, I found out through a gentleman named John Lear, who was an ex-Air Force and space program NASA flight tester. So he would test aircraft and so forth. But he says he found out through his investigation that the government has technology of holograms of aircraft wherein with noise and vibration and everything that goes with it, where you cannot tell the difference. You just literally can't tell the difference between one that's real right beside it and the hologram. And I found out that this is true firsthand, because what they would do is I couldn't believe that they would keep up this air stalking to the point, it's to try to intimidate you and try to be crazy, get you to stop whatever it is you're doing. And or I found out it's basically forever. So even if you stop doing what it is they want you to stop doing, they'll continue it forever. Although they didn't send me a manual or a message this whole time. They didn't arrest me. They never sent me a message. I did have, apparently, it might have been a plant, but apparently a whistleblower who was on the program, who was working on it, and was apparently, according to him, he was at the last part of his life. He sent me an email, and he said he wanted to confess to me that he was in on it, he was part of it, and that he explained some things to me about it, and various things, but I didn't know if that was real or not. in any case, they do have this program of all these little things, tiny things that it's too weird. Why would they do it? Well, they do it. They know that repetitive things work. Those little things that just seem like, for instance, the guy that talked with me, several people have actually told me that they've had a thing where people say a key phrase. Okay, one was balls, another one was fuck nigger. Sorry for my French there, but that's what this one other guy told me. And what they would do is he said everywhere you go, even across state lines, somebody could come up to him and say, hey, partner, or hey, balls, and everywhere they would go. And you say, well, okay, they must have a vast and powerful network. Yes, they do. But it's more than that, as I'll get to. Another thing I was fortunate about was that I knew right away not to go to the police, because a lot of people go to the police and they have a whole program set up, because this is another thing that's going to strain the credibility here. Okay, I know, sounds like paranoia, sounds like it's not true. I had police in my family, okay, so I'm not anti-police here. All right, and I never was anti-police. I never was for defund the police. What are you going to do? Defund the police? It's ridiculous. But apparently, they're in control of all law enforcement across the country and worldwide, I believe. It's actually worldwide. It's not just America. It's worldwide. They have worldwide control, okay? You say, well, come on. You're talking about a conspiracy that's too big to be true. I thought it was too big to be true. I heard other people saying things along those unbelievable lines, and I did not believe them. They were very credible people, but I did not believe them. Well, it turns out these unbelievable things are true. Just open up your mind to that possibility. Don't close it, otherwise you're not gonna. You just, a lot of times when you hear somebody and you think they're wrong, that's it. The gate comes down and they are a nut job, a whack job. Give me a chance here to at least get you to entertain the idea that which we think is impossible is possible, and it's going on. And it's exactly because we think it's impossible that it remains hidden. So because in my case, they were using police vehicles to target me, I just reasoned that they are in control of the whole situation, because I was publishing this on social media, and I know that, if the FBI and the CIA and any of those people are doing their jobs, they're watching social media for lunatics saying, yeah, I bought a bunch of guns and now I'm going to go out and kill somebody. So they're watching to see. And in fact, it turns out it looks even bigger than that social media is actually created as an observation tool. And it was initially created for that, even though people think it was just, a couple of guys start up in tech and everything. Oh, it's a great idea. But it turns out that actually a lot of the stuff like Facebook, there's evidence that Facebook was started that. Maybe YouTube wasn't started by that, but then it was bought up by Google, and then it certainly became that, as a lot of us who started digging into the truth found out. The powers that shouldn't be, as the great Mr. James Corbett, a documentarian who was banned from YouTube, a great tragedy that he was banned, because this guy was more PG rated than I am, and he wasn't even a Christian, but he did excellent documentaries, and he got banned. And for what? For telling the truth, okay? Especially as the pandemic came up and he started talking about that, and maybe he was warned, I don't know, but he decided to push through, and all of his work, a great body of work, great presentations. I can't even believe that this one guy did it from Japan, but he did. And he's gone now, along with a lot of other great people. So that's another aspect of this, which is that they don't want you to know this. And this gets to even another weirder thing, which is that if they can delete all those people, why don't they delete everyone, especially someone like me who's basically isolated? And they're not gonna, no one's gonna, there's gonna be a federal investigation if they shut my YouTube channel down, which they obviously don't want me to publish, but apparently it looks to me like there's some kind of rules that they have to follow, which means that these people with this evil intent are not the ultimate ones in charge. And because otherwise, why wouldn't they kill me? And as a matter of fact, that gets to another even weirder thing about this, which is that I will witness, I have no proof of this, but I will witness to you that they tried to kill me 3 times. In 2 of the attempts on my life trying to kill me, the would-be assassins were themselves killed. And once again, other people can say, other people who have heard me say this, especially in the targeted individual community, believe that I am off my rocker. What I can say is that there are ways of finding out things and knowing things which are not credible in terms of by way of proof, but nonetheless, you know them. And yes, some of that has to do with faith, but there is triangulating, corroborating evidence by which you can determine that those messages that you might receive about certain things which are hidden from most are in fact the truth. So when this happens, a lot of people obviously, they're like, whoa, there's some kind of gang or something happening. Oh my God, you go to the police, okay? Well, as I said, they control the police and they have a whole thing set up. It's all very organized. They control society, friends, is what I'm trying to tell you. If you're a fellow American and you're hearing about this or you're investigating, targeting or whatever, and it just sounds, like lunacy, I understand. Until this happened to me, until something dark really hit your life and you just go, whoa, like that one scene from The Vampire, I think it was called The Night Flyer, and he sees him for the first time, and he says, it's like that. I mean, except it's reality, I mean, I can remember telling my stepbrother at a family meeting one time, I started to talk with him about it. I could see the moment when he realized I wasn't telling a science fiction story. I could tell like a little bit as I'm talking, he's thinking I'm talking about some movie episode. But when it begins to, he realized that I was trying to tell him the reality. I could just see ain't gonna listen, or it's not gonna register. So a lot of stuff, something really dark has to hit you in the face. Like the song says, some things you gotta feel to be real or see to be real firsthand, experiencing it firsthand. So I just like to say that as a point of sanity, because the whole point of making these videos is to bridge the gap between people who haven't experienced this and those who have, and try to get the news out about this. But then again, people who haven't broken away from the happy-go-lucky world where, our government is good and our police are righteous, and in general, of course, there's some corruption, but in general, they're good people in control of everything. They don't want to hear from someone like me. I'm the dark jerk that they don't want to hear their paranoid conspiracy theories about, because that clouds their happy life. And until you have a reason to cloud your happy life, you don't want to hear from someone like that. Just to clarify what they do, if you go to police, they say, okay, so you say, yeah, there's people following me or something like that. Okay, we need to submit you for a psychological evaluation. You go for the psychological evaluation, you tell them what really happened to you. They label you as schizophrenic, and depending on this or that, they may actually recommend to commit you to a mental institution where they give you drugs, and those drugs fry your brain. I know this because there was the guy who actually was the key guy who got me into the information before I did. Decided that he went to police and complained, and then they said, well, they had to submit him for a psych evaluation, blah, blah, blah. So then they committed him to this thing, and he was gone for 3.5 years. And when he came back, he unfortunately had basically lost his mind, at least as far as I can tell, and what a lot of other people also confirmed. And it's really unfortunate, and I don't mean to denigrate this fellow, because I think that his initial work was fantastic. And then I think that after they had institutionalized him, they did something, and it really did a number on him. So and this happens to a lot of people, I think, and maybe even some of these people never come out of these mental institutions because maybe the drugs cause them to go crazy, and then they said, oh, we really can't let them out, and then that's how they get rid of you. And you say, well, that sounds like a paranoid conspiracy theory. I know. But what I'm telling you is, this is real. This is how they have a whole plan set up to catch you. So, but I was lucky in that because I had police vehicles harassing me, doing the stalking, I just knew, I could just sense that going to the police wasn't going to help me, and I sure as heck was right. So that was another thing that I was lucky about. And once again, I don't expect you to believe this right away, but what I'm telling you is that apparently, and this targeting and the thing with law enforcement under control is worldwide. It's in every, the only place where it isn't is in, some, smaller, maybe jungle type community or something like that, where they don't have modernity. But besides that, I believe it's all under control, and it's a centralized control. So it's not like, different fighting factions like a lot of people think. Of course, there's infighting among any groups, but as far as the control goes, the world control blacklisting, targeting, gang stalking program, it's centralized, it's worldwide, it's standardized, and short of a world power revolution, which is not going to happen too easily, there won't be any. So all this happened to me, okay, and it continues to this day. And so I'm targeted, and I realize that everything is not quite what it seems, law enforcement, the government, it's all very dark and weird and scary. And when I realized this, I realized that I had the ability to look into other things that I just had heard peripherally, but I hadn't given much thought to, and sound like crazy conspiracy theories, just like anybody else. When you hear some of this dark, crazy sounding stuff, you're just like, yeah, this is, dark conspiracy stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's true, but you really don't look into it, like I said, unless you have a real reason to. So I did. I started looking into a few of these things, and here's just a sampling of some of the dark things that I learned now that I was prepared to see the darkness. So I'll start with one of the first things, which is the medical industry and medicine in general. It's all under control, the same as the police. And unfortunately, what I found out was it's not for our good. In fact, it's so dark and weird and scary that, once again, it's just beyond belief. But so my mother, being a medical doctor and having an interest in autism, because my niece was autistic, my sister's daughter, and she looked into this, and she told me at one point that she felt that the AMA, the American Medical Association, and the CDC were corrupt and lying. Well, why is that? And she said, well, because I've looked into the treatments for various diseases. I'm not going to be specific because that information tends to get censored on YouTube, so I'm just going to keep it general. But various, well-established preventative treatments for diseases were in fact causing harm. Now, my mother was highly competent and honest to a fault. I mean, I had no doubts about her integrity or competence, but in this case, I couldn't believe it, because I said, Mom, I just saw a study on this major news outlet with a control group study of 300 people, and they tested these preventative medicinal things that they give to children, and they found that it was perfectly safe. And so I'm sorry, Mom, but it's between believing you
Hello,
and believing something
empowered.
that's on a major news network that,
Having a
you
bloody
know, I
nightmare
mean, if
time.
it was fake, they would be found out, right? Okay, so
I'm having a
let me
nightmare
just,
day.
once again, break the barrier
Let
of
me
what
just
you may be
pause
able to
that
believe, because
audio. Blacklisting. I'm having a nightmare bloody day. How are you? I've got evidence, basically, of the ongoing gaslighting by a housing company. Oh, yeah. Don't stop, does it? So bloody day, your trauma-based mind control. I've got all bloody paperwork going back 2018 and to date. How many years is that? 4 years of constant pattern of Home Group Limited. Let's name and shame a bloody company agents are failing in duty of care. Well, this all results back to 2017 when they deliberately blocked repairs to my disabled bathroom. And they've been wanting me out the flat, and there's a perk freemason, that dude, Stuart. His connections think he has to do what he's doing. Paul a favour? No. To stop all repairs to my right to repair in the contract terms and conditions. What's your thoughts on contacting MPS about targeting? MPs? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Thank you. No. No. Have you had an email to do that? Email your MP. Oh my gosh. It's not an MP. They're not members. They don't work for us. You do that. It's up to you what you want to do, but I wouldn't. It's just a fight. It's just a survival fight. If you do that, they're going to label you. They're going to, especially in England anyway. I have printouts on dun&bradstreet.co.uk website, okay, that shows members of Parliament's a limited company. This goes back years ago. I've got documents. It's a really good video called Straw Man. It's an illusion by the late John Harris. You might want to search it online and have a watch. And I've got all these printouts. Everything's about business and commerce, right? In existence on this earth, unfortunately, especially over here in England. So when I got on that journey learning law and more advanced stages now, it was a shock. The gentleman that used to help me in 2018, before powers that be got to him, called Dave, who lives up in Derby, England, who was studying similar subjects as me. He sat in a couple of meetings with me. They soon got to him because he's got a daughter. Don't know her. Anyway, he's advanced similar situation to me. He's got a website, and one of them, and Telegram app group, one of them, the prints he made public was a whole list of members of Parliament set up as limited companies. Can you believe that? So as they were allegedly saying, "Oh, this is the new Prime Minister," whatever. These are just titles, but they are set up as companies, and this is how they're offsetting public funds for expenses. And the rest of the public is going to pot, isn't it, the way they're doing things? Anyway, I'm just waiting to use those documents to show that they have no authority over anyone on this puppet on this earth. And how you do your documents, and this is what I've been doing. This is what they do to me. It's constantly having to use my expensive ink, printing and posting stamps. This is what they do to me all the bloody time. Because I know what my God-given rights are. I'm just an individual, just like anyone, but yet also targeted. So you're blacklisted, aren't you? So if that bloody Mark, whatever his name is, up in Yorkshire, is portraying on his videos. By the way, Shane Gibbs was the only genuine man that I knew of for a long time in UK. He lives with his mum, and he just sold his website over to Mark, certain individual, I can't mention what. I don't care what they do. I know they're misinforming so many wonderful people, especially over here in England, to mass email members of parliament and all this stuff. And please don't get me wrong, there's one guy who lives in London, he does his e-footing outside nearby houses of down in the street. But you see, people sometimes don't know how extensive the cover up this corruption goes, and they believe that there is a government, there is this, there is that, but it isn't. It's an illusion. So when you do watch that video by John Harris, it's an illusion. It's a wake-up call, and it's more advanced information that I've come across for a long time. And this is where they hammer me. Not just the frequencies, but every other damn bloody practical thing I need. Every bloody subject you can think of. So, of course, the way the world is now, you just go on Disabled People Against Cuts as a website. And generally speaking, see what they're doing to them. So, of course, when you educate yourself and you have evidence and you have documents and there's a repetitive pattern of events, and you keep a journal, you keep blogs, but still, you get nowhere. I've done tort law, stamp duty, and all this, how to do documents, how to autograph your documents without liability, trust law, etc., etc. So yeah, there is not, because if you do that, and it's how it's worded, and if you ever mention about the real torture and this technology behind it, even though you have evidence and patterns being far back as 1950s, all this, isn't it? They're going to ignore it. Are they going to lose, you know, these public servants, are they going to lose their ability to live themselves with their lifestyles and their families and their connections? Are they going to risk it by agreeing that, oh yes, your correspondence is true, oh yes, this is going on, oh, but it might be under the Secrecy Statute Act within the military terminology? Ministry of Defence is limited company. So you've got House of Commons, House of Parliament, limited company, House of Lords, limited company, Departments of Works and Pensions is a limited company. It is all to do with laws of sea, commerce, business. That's all it is. But when you're dealing with the targeting, the gun stalking on top, it's worldwide. So when people have done this as well, others have done this in America, they are just being set up, you know, and a mental health label, mental health card. Okay. And there's other subjects related. It's very much controlled. The deeper the rabbit hole goes, unfortunately, you're going to find the satanic side of it all. So when people's uncover child abuse, and it leads back to key people, and I know specifically, but I can't mention about, and I live right next door to somebody who's very much connected to those people all these years on, and who's behind doing what he's doing. just because he's a member now of, oh, I've got an 80 grand car and all this other BS going on. Oh my gosh. It's just like a horror movie. You just can't make it up. And if you want to do that, it's up to individual's decision. I can't suggest what to do because it is a personal decision. I can only suggest things that I know about. And then it's up to that individual to do their due diligence, to go and do what they need to do. Because I have just spent all bloody day going through my old paperwork, finding a pattern of all these years unlawful discrimination. I've never got a remedy. And now they're saying they changed the words and conditions of the terminology they're using again today. Because I had a gut feeling Friday. The gas service every year, I'm bloody more competent and more efficient in my paper and my documents and all this stuff in business than I've ever been, because what goes on. So therefore, the terms, conditions, and the words, meanings, the definitions of words one needs to learn, which I'm not an expert, but I've learned a lot. And now they're threatening to say I'm breaching my tenancy. You what? It's not a tenancy, it's a contract. 13 years of renting this place. Who is in breach of contract since 2017, 18? This very agents. There are agents that work for this company. You can't sue a company, it's the bricks and mortar, but you can go after the manager, managing directors, the board of directors, the CEO. I've already done that, you know? And yet these perpetrators that are living right around right now, oh, there's no problem because they're paid to do what they're doing. Flat 3, flat 9. There's quite a lot that under the noses with AI cameras around you, alleged dealing on top. I can't tell you how much is going on for so long. And yet I'm persecuted and lied about because this is part of the program, isn't it? The trauma. It's a trauma-based mind control on top. Hi, Maria. Lots of questions and words. You didn't have to read it all. I know. And good job I did, because I was proofreading the documents. I agree with you, Awaken. I only asked to see if you had simple... I wish there was simple ways. I wish all of us on this planet, those are going through this, had simple remedies. I really do. Oh my gosh, don't I? I could read a whole list of the company numbers in England of all the members of parliament and all the well-known ones. True, what's the name? The new one, and you just wouldn't believe it, you know. If I put my face on bloody camera, that just for I ain't gonna put my face on Googling on bloody camera. You know the way the world is. I'm sure they got a digital twin already. Hello, Maria. There must be something that triggered it from the start. Yes. Yes. In March 2017, I was set up by the dental infection I had. I've been set up since I moved here. I got one over since I got moved in. So Stuart didn't like the fact when he was a lorry driver, I knew about what he's really doing to the women in the red light areas. And how did I know? Because the attempted murder of my life, I had a campaign to protect women. I went on a mission. That was my trauma effects. I didn't realise at the time, but my reaction was to try and campaign for rights of violence against women in England. Telly, radio, TV, all sorts of things I was on at the time. But I didn't realise the trauma, what happened to me, was causing that until years later. So when I went down to these red light areas, thinking stupidly, I could help these women, give them leaflets where they could get help. I didn't realise the drug deal, you know, the drugs dark side of life. is well organised, well controlled, with pimps and drug dealers and all sorts. And I got attacked again at knife point, and the police failed me then. And so, you know, it wasn't great. They put the Polish bloke's face in the paper and everything, but nobody got found. And the DNA evidence is all there and everything what happened to me. It's like a book. You know, so all those years ago, I got into politics because I thought that might be the way for change. But no. I got set up with all that. I set up my political party, I had a website going, and I had my ex-fiancés at the time, quite a few. Well, I didn't know they were Freemasons. I didn't know what that was all about until I married one. And sadly, you know, years later, you find out the true nature of people. Years on, further on again, I stumbled across truth about abuses to children. I stumbled across the information of a paedophile ring right on my doorstep when I tried to help a young boy who was friends with my son at the time. Sadly, all these years on, certain people are still part of that stuff, and people out there that do more about that than I. I can't go into details ever. I live too close to certain people that are well connected to certain people, still part of it all. And this is what it's about. And unfortunately, it's so deep rooted and so well organised and so satanic. I am under extreme attacks in every regard you can think of where I'm living. And it doesn't matter if you move, it follows you. And then, of course, they have to attack, you know, that's why I started learning law, basically. So I stopped doing what I used to do years ago, and I focused on me. And I had my old house broken into, smashed up. A 5-lever, really thick door smashed in by thugs, and the police covered it up. Didn't find them. I had 2 witnesses and all. So I had to move for my safety. And in that temporary housing was drug dealers and all sorts going on. And of course, my so-called religious family didn't give a shite, did they? They thought I was going to join their religion again. And years on, literally, I found that they were founded on Freemasonry. So, of course, when I left, you're not meant to leave the Freemasons. I'd never spill the beans about anything, really, that is crucial because of the safety part element of it all. And I have to be streetwise. I'm more streetwise than ever. And we are dealing all this experience, all these things I know can never talk about publicly, and I wish I could. I tell you, I really wish I could. And I thought years ago to set a blog where a certain individual that part of that paedophile ring got wind of it and got it closed down. So I learned very, very quickly not to speak out. I'm not a whistleblower, and I can never be one. And I wouldn't want to be, because look at so many wonderful people that have done in the bigger picture that's been set up themselves. So you only look at Asan, you know, so many ex-whistleblowers have been set up. The bigger picture, I'm just me. Oh my gosh. So yeah, when I moved here, they got me physically harmed by carers, burns to the body. I won't even go into it. It just really is demonic. It just sounds so far-fetched, you know. If I go into the ins and outs, and I kept a journal, kept dates, times, etc., and reported all what was going on. 2 females against me every bloody 2 visits a day. That's 7 days a week. You count how many carers that was, right? From 2010 when I had the second stroke. So nobody
And I mean, not one individual by 2014 got held accountable. They covered it all up. What the hell was I meant to do to protect my physical safety from the burns to my body, drop from the hoist, hitting my head on the floor and my body? Nobody was held accountable. So I worked it with my friends I still had at the time, who were medically trained, but they gave up part of their work and started working for me. So now it's full-time work with me for my safety. And now they're being monitored. And they have to come in and see me incognito the best way they can. And it's really getting impossible the way things are. They've got AI cameras around this car park, outside, surrounding this place. So, and they deliberately make it really impossible, like servicing my medical equipment, right? I've been chasing, that's why I studied law, I've been chasing everything up for 2 years and not one response for 2 years now. And this is crucial because then, in the eyes of public servants, will look like I'm incompetent, that I can't handle my affairs. But I've made sure my bills are paid on time. I don't miss a payment. So there's no track record of that. I respond to emails as soon as I can, despite all this cost and expense. I save up what I can. And the only thing they deliberately are going on is this flat. They just don't want me living here. And all due respect, anyone in England, if you rent or have a house, you must absolutely important to look at your terms, conditions, and the words used before, if you're offered a new place or implied you need to move. And look at the consequences, especially when you're targeted for your financial consequence. And that is my situation on top. Financial implications, practical implications. In England now, they want to, generally speaking, and I'll read the chat in a minute. They want disabled people to move into institutionalized environments, controlled. Always been the bigger picture for that. And do you think there's other people similar situation to me? One's living around the corner from me, right? But she owns her own flat from her ex-husband bought for her. She's not in a rental accommodation. Okay. So therefore, other people I'm aware of, now they've turned perpetrators, but before they were, he was a very simple man, very kind man. But there's a lady I know about, I've known about this company, I can't quote because it's now dissolved, the company. But the way in this area, and I have to state this, you have to be extremely careful. This area is the first for United Kingdom to be a smart city. They haven't officially quoted it in all their logos and all their documents as yet. They're about to. It began 2020, the summer 2020. When did the lockdown started? In England. When did the new technology begin? The 5G technology. So my perpetrating neighbour in April 2020 bragged, he knows the chief of police, chief of fire. Well, I found out their companies too. And I found out I know a lot about their past and how they got their jobs. And this is where I can't go public about. It's extremely frustrating. It's pretty much, so now I'm going to read the chat, so bear with me. Because I want to, they're trying to trigger me and I'm not going to allow it. I'm going to keep fighting. Let me just go back at the chat comments. Bear with me. Let me just make this. Let me just go several times, but now it's, let me just go back. So I'm going up the chat to read the comments, so bear with me, please. Thank you. Have you been in contact with some SUS group, person, or attack some enemy revenge? I do believe this is revenge. I do believe all this is about revenge, really spiteful hatred, pure hatred. And I'm very aware who particular names, okay, particular people, since 1998. And he began the paedophile side, and now we're 2020, and now there's certain position he's in politically, which I can't mention because that will identify him. And I'll let other people do that. And then a certain individual, my neighbour, is well connected to those people. Yeah, so that's reference to that, Maria. Any membership in any shady church? Yes. Oh, yes. Mormons. Please don't get me wrong. Got nothing against ordinary members. They may not know how deep the rabbit hole goes. 1800s, Joseph Fielding Smith, his whole family were Freemasons in America. The whole foundation of the church was based upon Freemasonry studies. And when I took part as a teenager in the rituals, in the temples and things like that, I didn't know what I was doing, but I left at 17 and a half. So, young age, and I didn't regret it. So I raised my kids out of it. So my whole family, my older brother, half elder brother, my natural brother, ex-army, my half elder sister meant well, she married money, she married into money. And my natural sister, she is so mind controlled, it's unbelievable. And her husband's a public servant, South UK. Yeah, very much. Empowered says, yeah, met both Mark and Shane, did you? Well, that's good. At the London domain, 2019. They set up my neighbour here in August 2019. At the same time that was taken off. Two Metropolitan Police, which is another limited company, came up, and because he was trying to expose the satanic ritual abuse of kids, and his certain people very close to him involved, and he was trying to expose it, and they tried to shut him up by setting him up, and I can't go into specifics really about it. So ever since, he's turned into a pup against me. I'm not judging anyone's authenticity or aims. I'm just aware, as you are, that government is theatre, yeah, and therefore they will not help. Exactly. Yeah, Joel Sponson has openly discussed nanobots, and if a target mentions it, we are labelled crazy. Well, more than that, isn't it? Yeah, empowered. Yeah, I agree. Contacting government's not the way. This is what I was absolutely dumbfounded. Absolutely, completely couldn't believe Mark. I'm sure he has a good heart. But I wish I could just, as a life coach, I'm sure he's good at that. And the praying, prayers and things is very, very important in my opinion, what he's suggesting. Breathing. Today, they just trigger me all bloody day and I just, excuse me. And yeah, he meant well. Means well, he really does. But that's the last thing you do. Maria says, and have your parents somehow noticed things as well? But yes, my mother. It's hereditary. When the war years were on, she was in London with my late gran, and they moved the kids out of London, didn't they, to the outskirts of the countryside. So my mum was in Kent with her grandparents. My late mum, bless her heart. And yeah, he didn't do very nice things to my mum as a kid. So my mum suffered for a long, long time. And my memories of my late mum, bless her heart, when I was younger, was her crying all the time in the bedroom on Prozac. and all these drugs. I mean, she thought she was the only one that knew how to survive on nothing, and she did. She did show some really good examples of making do what you got, really. So as I got older, I remember all those years ago in the hard times kind of thing, and so I know how to survive in those basic necessary things, you know. And we didn't have no bloody washing machine. Everything was done by hand. We grew our own food. We limited our use of electric, and that's the point. Just monitoring my use of electric. And what else was it said? Yeah, so hereditary. NK Ultra trauma based mind control is definitely hereditary. And I'd only found out about the emotions, the pattern to monitor people's emotions, the mind's emotions in 1994. Wow, they must have been monitoring me heavily as well. And I didn't know. And of course, when you have kids, you're not going to know, are you? You're not going to be able to warn your kids as well. So, yeah. I think people now having children and TIs targeted are really, really, my heart goes out to them. Anyone that's got children. I know other subjects which are not TI related and what goes on with the underground dumps and bases, military bases, and what other subjects and spiritual related, non-human related, shall we say. Sadly, I do a couple of streams where it's meant to be natural sleep when it's not. And again, that happened last night. And I wake up with all this BS. And yeah, so it's like there's a gentleman, American guy called Brian Chu. He has a YouTube channel and he explains a bit more depth than I can do sometimes. And it's very worth watching. There's many others. But from my experience, the how it can deteriorate you physically, then how the gang stalking with the street theatre and all this what we're talking about today with housing is all but just part of it. It's just a small fraction of it. So yeah, hereditary. And has your parents somehow noticed things as well done to them? Yeah, now I remember specifically, I've got photos of this from a long time ago. My late mum, when she had a accident, had a broken arm, we were put into, I don't remember much details, I just remember we were on a farm. And so my brothers and sisters and I were placed in the care of the foster carers on a farm somewhere while my mum recuperated. But my memories are blocked. Reference to that period of time. I think it was 2 weeks. But I have photographs of me. Some I'm not sure who was in the photograph, but there was my mum as well on this farm. Yeah. So yeah, Marie. So that's that one. Let me just have a read. Lots of questions, many words. You don't have to read it all or answer now, but there may be something that triggered it from the start. Yes. It's quite a few things that triggered it all. Selected is the key word I would have suggested. I've heard in the spiritual point of view that was selected from birth. Now, as I said, my bloodline, female bloodline, my late gran, something in that female bloodline, right, wasn't quite natural, wasn't quite right. I always had that gut feeling ever since we used to visit my late gran. But my mum did her best, you know, but the genealogy of your family chart is important to know about. Where you come from. So myself, and I really didn't know who my father was. So all I knew that he must have been Jamaican. So I got coloured blood in me, brown blood in me. But yeah, I don't know much about him. All I'm hearing is negative things and external family members. And when over the years I used to try and contact them on social media, my own religious family members would get to them first, so they wouldn't contact me, they wouldn't respond to me. So whatever was said about me was lies, of course. And me being as, you know, just simply contacting my half brothers and sisters I didn't even know about, say hello, I'm here. My own sister got to them first, and they haven't bloody contacted me or bothered to know. So what? That's life, isn't it? So yeah, there could be something to do with that. And I used to know Mo, bless his heart, in America, is emailing me recently about something else. And ages ago, he emailed me reference to, he's a spiritual man, and he had a strong indication that my late mum was hinting at me, and I don't even tell me how. But yeah, he's a TI, and he's got this gift, a spiritual gift. So he would email me what he would, his inspirations and what he'd be informed. And when before my old channels got took down, he was one of my moderators. And he would say, your mum's looking out for you. Check something, and it's all related. And it's like, wow. But then this program will get you tied down to this BS like today, what I'm going through. And then it wants you to forget about your own spirituality and what's going on, really, the bigger picture, you know. So, yeah. So it's intensified for a lot of people. So I think I've answered that one. In Paris says, I agree with you, Bacon. I've only asked some views. Clearly, you have the same views as me regarding the truth system. Yeah. I mean to say, I only asked to see if you had the same views. Understand, not simple views. You two change my text. This is what the AI does, Empowered. This is what they do. They are controlling it's AI, it's computerization. They're changing everything. Wow. I could understand. My life has been like a horror movie. I'm sorry to hear that, embarrassed. And Maria says, I've also got into politics. You're brave. That's when it started. By interfere in their business, there you go. And persisting to push the issue, there you go. Yes, Empower says, I am repeatedly forced to move and get targeted each time. This is it. And especially if you don't mind me saying, I know it sounds sort of condescending, but if you're physically able-bodied, you know, this is what they do. And I swear to goodness, if I had the blinking ability and physical means, I wouldn't even live it. I'm not going to put up with BS. You know, all right, it might happen somewhere else, but at least I'd be away from the, you know what, around here. Just to breathe that. But no, I'm still here. I can relate to that. Maria says, God rocks. Sorry, repeating a comment. Got rocks thrown through windows several times, but now it's quiet and calm again. I'm so sorry to hear that. I can totally relate. So sorry to hear that, Maria. Empower says, I was attacked at 25. Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. By a gang who attacked me from behind. They're bloody cowards, aren't they? And kept kicking me in the head. Jesus. You were singled out when you were young. That was obvious. When I was knocked unconscious, I got all the names and the police did nothing. Yeah. You were singled out from birth, from your young age too. I'm so sorry to hear that, Paris. It was pretty much attempted murder. Yes, definitely. They only stopped as a fairground worker pushed them off. That was a guardian angel. I strongly believe in guardian angels. Definitely a guardian angel spirit in that man that did that. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I would have kicked you to death, yeah. And thank goodness you're still here. We're all still here for a reason to keep fighting, aren't we? Empowered says they broke my nose, which gave me sleep apnea. Yet the doctors didn't help. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Sorry to hear that. Had to give up my work as I was falling asleep on the job. Yeah, I could see that's dangerous. It was not till I was in my 40s. I had a sleep apnea operation. Wow. On your nose. Wow. Yeah. I do believe we are, in my opinion, on a spiritual point of view, and I'm grateful there's a chance to have just have a break from what I'm doing. Because now I'm getting the helicopter fly by over me. As soon as I said spirituality. I'm still eating my cereal from this morning. This is how it is. I'm just trying to balance they break my laptop in home invasion, so it's not great. So, my take in all this, in a nutshell, really. Excuse me, trying to eat. When you know now about transhumanism, transhumanism agenda, there's Nicholasm, there's a website out there, people can research the advancement of technology. So, you go back in history, and I studied history years ago in many subjects, especially in religion. That's just the way I was raised. Now, moving forward to where we are now, right, for what is meant to be known in the public, just imagine what we know generally about technology and about life generally. Now, just double that in years. So we're now 2022. So say add 20 years onto that. That's how advancement the technology is. But powers that be are not going to tell the public, are they? So when people do their own diligence and digging around, they find really the technology is more to do with Agenda 2050. It's not Agenda 21. It's not Agenda 2030. We're past that. It's more to do with the future. 2050, it's not happened yet. And then, of course, on that website, streaming along, called educateyourself.org, my suggestion, only a suggestion, is to look in time travel, portals. Why do you think in films and movies, and it really seems really intriguing, Majority Report was one, pre-thought, pre-crime, and you got drones flying around in that movie, tracking everybody. Go back to the point of this technology in the 1950s, right? Why would you think they need implants and all this technology and put it into humans without consent? To test subjects, testing out their technology, and then for the future, everyone on this earth will be in the same situation. But yet, a lot of people at the moment are going on certain issues separately. It's not combined. It's all connected. All these subjects are connected, but certain people are on a personal journey or only just awakening. And the globalist bloodline families, there's 13 of them, nobility. It goes back from the 12th century, 15th century, moving it forward into date. Infiltrated in all aspects of society, not just in England. So on the top of the pyramid, you've got non-human entities mixing with, like in the Book of Enoch, with human, and, women, human women, creating and mixing the human DNA. So you got hybrids. And if anybody knows their scriptures, you're looking at the Book of Enoch and you're just getting bits of information like that. So if you look back also, how did the Rothschilds and the banking in, did the families, JP Morgans and many others alike, in history to date, how did they come into their wealth? They've always known, they've always gone to Latin education establishments. They knew about business and finance and commerce, right? They knew how to offset and were trained into the monetary system, because money is just a belief. There's no real value in money as we know it. It's just a belief. And if for example, in England, you get £10 note out and look on the back of it or front, it will say Bank of England, I promise to pay the bearer on a demand of, and whatever value it says in numbers or letters. It's a belief. So the profit, people putting, again, I'll just use the word money, into a bank is making profit to that corporation. A bank, the bank is commerce. Is bank means the river. What happens with the river is a flow. What happens with the flow of the river? What's that called? It's a current. The water flows as a current, so it's currency. Yeah. And when you look into maritime law of the sea, the human individuals are seen on the land as currency, as surety, because there isn't any value, there isn't any gold or silver since, is it 1932 or 1933 with the Great Depression, and then in America the greenback. What happened with Kennedy when he wanted to go back to using gold, tangible assets of value, not paper currency, not digital numbers on a computer as it is now. So why do you think the future technology is AI? More than advancement in AI and the advancement of creating avatar, digital avatar, and megadata, Starlink, and all this advancement in technology. Yeah. And then by the time, the other public that are doing all what they're doing to us, participating in all this, when they realize that they too, are part of this, and yet they may imply, oh, I don't have any choice, I might lose my home, my job, I've got my kids to think of. Well, hold on, the whole humanity is going to be a part of all this by that year. Are they going to willing to upload their brains to a D-Wave supercomputer? The actual, which I found out, the D-Wave, a lot of these quantum computers are based on the land in Utah in America. Oh, and who owns the land? The Latter-day Saints, the Church of Latter-day Saints, in short, the Mormons. And where do I come from? Where's my upbringing? In England, part of that. And it's a corporation, because 10% of people's earnings are membership of people that want to believe it's a true Christian church. And please don't get me wrong, by the time they wake up, you know, would it be too late? So is it that we are singled out from birth and we're starseeds on a spiritual sense to have to go through this persecution in all areas, to have that strength, inner strength about us, to when it comes to that massive crisis on this earth? And people say the second coming of Christ, whatever belief system that may or may not be. But yet, how do you forgive those perpetrators? How do you forgive another? And this is the hardest bit. I had to forgive my late mum. It's just me. It's a learning process, by the way. I'm still working on it. But, you know, it really just, all this advancement in technology. And a lot of people are not realised. They're just going into the world. They're just focusing on social media, disagreeing with each other, creating drama. And then again, if you're going on different platforms or websites or social media for targeted people, sometimes they don't want people to communicate. Yeah, it's like my internet's rerouted. You know, all communications are rerouted. You know, and they just don't want people to come together and to communicate. And there is ways where it's going to go back to bushcraft skills or learning how to do things really primitively before the technology existed, before the Tesla. You know, he invented electricity, and then we had the telegram poles for telephones, and then it progressed on that. So yeah, really all crashing down. And then who's going to be able to have that strength inside them, endurance, to keep trying to cope for whatever's happening? And when, say, the mainstream electric goes, gas, telephones, internet, so, and the people around you, suddenly the perpetrators won't get paid. and their group of organized satanic, I just call them entities because their souls are possessed already. So we don't deal with the flesh and blood in that sense. So yeah, they just really, these global elites really want to live forever. It's their chance, the terminology, so I've heard it is transhumanist. And I did try to warn my adult son years ago, well, quite a couple of years back, send him links and information to help for his children. And the same for my daughter, but they don't want to know. So when you look around you every day, people are just taken in by, it's a bit like that movie called They Live. And when they put the sunglasses on and they can see through the real world and what's really going on, you know. So although we don't necessarily have that, we just have that sixth sense. There's something about our personality, our DNA, that we can see through all the BS. Not everything, perhaps, but a lot of it. And then, yeah, we have to be watched. We have to be monitored without consent. We're seen as a threat. You know, they don't want awakened souls to be a burden to their globalist plan. They have been planning this for a long time, even before I was born. And then when you see nobility, you know, coming to the forefront, and they really do disguise in New Age theories as well. I used to follow the New Age, you know, yoga and all that. So yeah. Oh look, alignment as far as the full moon, and there's Jupiter. But just changing the subject, just had a pop up with somebody who's really good at spotting through the lies as well. Not just, he's not a target individual. He's in UK. Jupiter is next to the moon, apparently. so I don't know anyone else can see that. Yes, I believe we are spiritually important, and they know it. Yes, yes, empowered, very much so. Unfortunately, this is where it gets really sort of like, oh, it's very, you know, because if you don't keep focusing on your routine best you can, you're eating, you're drinking, you try to sleep, and this is a distraction, because today is Sabbath day, really, you know, for those that are just knowing, like for me, don't go shopping on Saturday, just basic things that I try to keep to. Then what do they do? Just get me preoccupied with this. Anyway, yes, and you say that they know it, and that's why we are targeted. God has saved my life more than once. This is for reason. Bingo. You see? And I was in a period in my life where I completely was anti-spiritual, completely. My experience of being raised, how I was raised, and blaming my mother, but it wasn't her fault, because she was also being pulled into this. And it took me many years to realize that. And I forgave her on her deathbed. It's really, really, she was the only one that helped me change from my physical reduction of my health to adapt in that way. Nobody else. Not my own son and daughter. You know, they didn't know how to cope. It's not their fault, really. But I can't reach them. But hey-oh. So, yeah, you're right on that one. Yes, I was unable to hear your YouTube streams for ages. There you go. And this is how they do the jamming. I'm not technically minded that much, but I know they reroute it. They only let in those that they believe that's in, and monitor everything I'm saying. Everything I do here is always automatically replaying. I exactly know. I'm careful not to say certain things, and I can always back up what I say if I need to, because they know exactly where you are, what you're doing. And there is a really good subject to look into if you're interested, called Project Looking Glass, and it's nothing new, it's old technology, but it's really worth looking into. This was because they were affecting your communications as well, specifically communication with you specifically. See, somebody did say in Discord ages ago, or was it another social media platform, that there are categories of targeting. I didn't know this, and apparently I'm on the highest degree, highest band, level 3. Whatever that's meant to mean, I do not know. But there was a couple of blogs. There's a couple of blogs I really have to check my emails to get the notifications, because they don't just pop up. And yeah, and my emails, my spelling gets messed about with in my emails, so I have to print out the emails, spell check them, and photocopy them, and post it before delivery. Yeah, and sometimes code copy it with a letter, because the recipient at the other end, it will get all jumbled up, and it will. And I've been told there's not just there's 2 people. One was in New Zealand, one was America, that I know by email, and copied in the text and emailed me back. I couldn't believe what I was reading, because I know that wasn't me typing that. So I knew whether it's a physical individual or AI messing about with my communications to make me look incompetent. And then when I was using Discord, somebody I know in the UK, he also phoned me up and said, did you know that your texts, even by phone as well, and still by email, are still being jumbled up? So, okay, now I've been seeing a pattern. So reference to the neuromonitoring, and when you get bombarded like I am today with everything, in a sense, really, and I could hear the sirens going off really heavily, because don't forget the month of October is their satanic operations, where they have to, you know, these demonic entities and souls of men and women, no matter where it is in the world, use the month of October. They do it any time, but more importantly, for some reason, it's their ritual, satanic, well organized. They have to do things. And other people, when they do their videos explaining about this a bit more, is really good. I don't myself explain it that clearly, but yeah, they can do that. There's a lot of other subjects I'm aware of too. Yes, I'm unable to hear your YouTube streams for ages. Yeah. And Power says it's exactly like a movie. They live. But demons rather than aliens. There you go. Okay. I can't quote specifically unless I'm replaying my sleeping stream, because those that are monitoring me will try and use it against me. I need a drink, excuse me. This will shock you, Empowered. It's exactly like, yes, this has been planned since at least the 1920s. Go back further than that date. If you go into Educate on the website, streaming up top, right? And if you, I can't type at the moment because I'm exhausted. If you type in, look into that website and look for 21 goals of the Illuminati. Okay, that will give you some indication. And look for the Tavistock Institute, because since the I can't remember the year, just before 1920 in London, they were hired to start the psychological tactics. But it's before that. Okay, it goes back to the Roman period, the biblical periods, which I quoted earlier. So you got AD century and BC century. Now, I was raised in biblical terms to study those periods of the Palestines, the genocides. Have I pronounced that right? Might not. It was about the different races that existed in those biblical periods in Middle East, and the real Middle East. You know, I've still got maps of the original Middle East, you know, countries at the time. And I also the imperialism at the time, how the British Crown and colonization of America, okay, and how the Rothschilds financed the ships to go with Columbia, you know, what's his name? Forgotten it now, to go and conquer, you know, the native Indians in America. So, you know, the history of Commonwealth is not quite what people think. So when you find out how they had taken over the land in New Zealand and so many other countries around the world, and what happened with the slave trade, who started the slave trade off. So when you go back in biblical history, move it forward over generational times and periods and families and bloodline families, it all brings back to that bloodline. in that website I just quoted, and on this stream, it shows the 13 bloodline families is crucial to know how all this become to where we are now, and how the human DNA, and it has to include, in my opinion anyway, the Book of Enoch, okay, the mixing of non-human DNA with human DNA, and then it relates back to the advancement technology with Egypt and the pyramids, and then the Marlon, I can't pronounce that bloody word, Peru, different parts of like certain countries, you know, and then it goes into a bit deeper with Antarctica. Okay, that is more sort of recent, from the 1940s, and the experimentations of certain things, and that relates to time travel, you know. And then some really good people over the years have been exposing about the worldwide underground military bases and how it's more sophisticated now. Yeah, and then you have these people exposing the technology being used, a cloaking of these non-human entities, the demons taking the shape form of human bodies. And they're very good technology how they're doing it. I saw a recent video. It's really hard to what we're going through already. It's also really hard to comprehend, in the sense that this is really going on, because your natural instinct as a human, surely, you know, we'll be told that these entities are known as shape-shifting, known as reptilians, Nephians. You know, how could they deceive us? And so, but it's only when you study history and you know that everything that we've ever been taught is just being one. I'm not saying everything, I'm just assuming. But I say a majority is a better way to say it, that we've been lied about. We've been lied about for so much for so long. But yet, don't forget, this is history. You know, how many generations have been lied to? So, you know, like paganism. So every Christmas is not the true date, on the 25th December. It's not ever been the true date, and I didn't know that till a few years ago. I never ever celebrate, ever, the 25th. It's always the September period, and I was born in September, so I don't think, perhaps it's the period how I was born, the date I was born. So I do believe that this year, and my date, my birthday, just gone, and what's going on in the world now is significant. Many people, you know, this period of time is significant, because, like you said, Empowered, many of us go through so much and we're surviving. I mean, I don't even know how I survived with so much that's been going on, past, present, and to date. Really don't. But for some reason, I am still going. Try to. And the thing is, what these parasites, that's what I'm going to call them as, parasites do. What are they good for? Is to feed. And what do they need to feed off? So you look at non-human entities need to feed off fear. And what always seems to go on the mainstream narrative at the moment is scare mongering and fear mongering. So, and what is really a useful tool for that at the moment, apart from newspapers, you know, TV, radio, and internet? And what do I don't have? I don't have a TV. I don't listen to the radio. you know, I listen to my old CDs, the spiritual music. I try to focus on that in between. And Maria, exactly as I experienced too, they somehow make a mess of what should come out in order. And they're changing the ways of communication using different names, etc. And asked if anybody noticed it as well. Yeah, Maria, absolutely. And you take screenshots here on some of it, but impossible to get all in a correct coherent order, and that's lucky for them. Yeah, and this is what they're going on. You see, for years in my response, my correspondence, before doing emails and stuff, they were hinting at. I look back on my diaries and patterns, and I found an old letter recently and saying, "Oh, that's not coherent," or that writing. But these people have, these companies have secretaries, PAs to do their emails and notes and stuff. It's just us doing what we've got to do, you know. So yeah, that is so correct on that. It's all a big lie, Maria. Yeah, you're true. That's what you say. Empowered, you say, hi Maria. Yes, they can automatically manipulate communications, block contacts, change text, hide chats. Yep. Redirect phone calls. Yep. To perps. Yep. I've got audio evidence of this, by the way, as well. And try to contact government departments, businesses. Yep. Yes. Empowered says, yes, I know it's bloodlines from centuries ago with your family. Smart man. You're a smart man, you see. Maria says, see them? And no doubt of what I saw, found through editing some photos. Shocking. Could even see the windows and people. If human or not, can't tell. Yeah, it really is. You will find this out. You will know. You will see when it's right for you, when you're spiritually ready. Okay, that's all I can say, because everyone's different on that spiritual path of seeing through the veil, and that on that particular part. Okay, you say when called the Swedish state pharmacy. Oh my goodness me, you're so smart. When called the Swedish state pharmacy, the name Ritual showed up on the call screen. It happened a month ago. There's no coincidence with that, Maria. No coincidence whatsoever. Look up about the big pharmaceutical industry, and it's connected. You know, you need to look at the past and see where we are today with it. Okay. Empowered says, yes, they keep me up for 3 weeks without. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that, Empowered. I keep you up for 3 weeks without sleep with direct energy weapons, which normally kill anybody. Exactly. I have 5 sleeping tablets during this period, which gave me 2 hours sleep. This is how strong the technology is now. Good gracious. Maria says, also said, wow. APOTEKETAB before the rituals. That, oh my God. Exactly. Empowered says that's only 10 hours sleep in 3 weeks. So sorry to hear that. I'm just reading the chat. Marie says all of the above experienced it. Ohio Iron Pate. Sorry, gotta spell it. Petrena in Canada, Freemasonic lodges have been burnt. Bingo. Just wow. How long ago? Wow. You haven't got any content. Let me just make a point, because obviously I'm going to keep that comment there so you can see what this individual's put in, but there's no content on his channel, right? So just so you know. Wakes up 4 times a night, some period, same time as well. That's not good. Right. Just because I mentioned this, there isn't any content with this individual just popped in the chat other than you two. Right. Just because a building gets burnt down allegedly in Canada, so this entity, whether it's real or not, claims, it doesn't matter. You don't need bricks and mortar for these things to happen. Okay. And because there is a well formulated satanic ritual abuse practices, they do use private buildings, private homes. You know, it doesn't need a lodge. Okay. My ex, all those years ago, he was a master mason, 33 degree. I only found this out after I got a book and saw his name as the lead mason in my area and head of the Mason Lodge. He was a violent man at the time. I don't know what he is now, thank goodness. But I divorced him. And his ex-wife, before me, told me a lot of things about him and what she endured. So I had a lucky escape. So yeah, that's why I got the book, the yearly book of the membership of the lodges. So I don't know where I put it now, all these years on. And it listed basically whoever I dealt with. Before I dealt with them, I went to the book to see they were listed in the book. So I knew I was dealing with a Mason, because once you get to a certain level, you will protect I'm not expert in this, by the way. They will protect another fellow Mason. Yeah. So that perpetrator right next door, right opposite me, he calls in a favour, they're going to do it. They will protect because of his certain level in his membership. Also notice the phone gets overheated when discussing the yeah, absolutely it does, Marie. Oh yes, awaken. The 3 weeks without sleep I experienced was 2019, not now. Oh right, okay. I started to record myself continually with a clock. That's good. That accurate by radio signal and a lava lamp randomly creating patterns. Wow. In a camera shot. This was so I could have a video evidence of being kept awake for weeks. As no one believed me, including doctors. Yes. Smart. You're very smart. And as you say, empowered. They stopped because of this. Bingo. I'm just going to put this website in the chat again, just in case people want to have a nose. Because, you know, the setups, what they do is coward, isn't it? It's demonic. Oh, I've got to think what it's called. Educate yourself to org is one thing anyway. I'm just going to put that in the chat, just in case. Yeah. Is it streaming? Educate yourself, if I've got it spelled right. They're neuromonitoring me at the moment, so bear with me. Concentration has been affected at the moment. They're trying to getting me run down on my health. They still give me muscle. Yes, I've had that during the night, the left side of my behind part, and tight muscles. I couldn't move. So there's no wonder all this is going on. Yeah, I'm just going to put some spiritual music on the background on, and I'm going to keep this speaker on, but I can't talk. I just want to finish what I'm doing, then I'll come back and have a chat. It's 10 o'clock UK time, so I'm still here, but I've finished what I'm doing. Have you been in contact with some SUS group person or attack some enemy event? I do believe this.
Whatever it takes is what we will do.
I
But
do believe all this is about. I'm just gonna.
most of the times, people have already forgiven us. They have already given us the benefit of the doubt. They understand and they're willing to give us those second chances. But one thing stands in the way, and that's ourselves. How many times do you remember your mistakes and you feel afraid of trying again? How many times has the past kept you from pursuing your dreams? Well, it is okay to still feel your insides turn when you remember the things.
They're trying to hack my phone right now. You can tell they're on the attack for what they're doing to me. It's on mobile data and they're hacking my phone as well.
You did in the past. It's not okay to let them stand in the way of your dreams. It is okay to squirm in embarrassment when topics come up, but it is totally wrong to let that bury your vision. There's so many people with pending degrees, dormant business ideas, people they want to have in their lives again, but they're lacking the courage to initiate that. So much untapped productivity, letting it go into waste simply because some single mistake got them off their feet. It made them doubt their capabilities. It made them fear trying again. They have already labeled themselves as failures. I'm not too competent enough for this career, or maybe I'm not skilled enough to run this business, or I cannot raise a happy family. This topic is too complex for me. Do you have an idea of how you are pulling yourself back by staying limited by your past? Do you know how big your potential is that you carry? How much better and further you could go if you just stopped worrying about how many times you failed in the past, rose up and tried again as a wiser person. The only thing you should pick from your mistakes is lessons. Learn from your mistakes. Do not let them define you. You're a much better person than your mistakes. You are greater. You are smarter and wiser than you were back then. A whole different person, someone who has a different way of thinking and is handling situations now, a growing person. And what are the most valuable things you have learned in life? They probably came from mistakes. Mistakes is how we grow, how we gain wisdom and enlightenment on various matters of life. They are how we make ourselves better. See, your mistakes are making you a better person, not the contrary. View them as valuable teachers that are a major contributor to where you are now. See them as giving you maturity and an increased understanding of how the world operates. They let you know the things you can do and cannot do, where you can do them, and to whom or with whom you can do them with. Feel the embarrassment or regrets or whatever past mistakes make you feel, but don't let them keep you from pursuing your goals. Wake up and rise higher than your mistakes. Go out and try again. That thing that you failed in the past due to a mistake, try it again and again and again and again. Nothing will heal that pain of the mistake faster and better than going back and doing that thing better and right. That is the best revenge you can take on your past failures. A man's courage is not determined by how many times they fall, but how many times they rise up after falling.
Exactly.
Winners are people who simply refuse to be confined by their past. People who refuse to let the mistakes define them. People that are willing to go beyond the mistakes and dream more. A single mistake is not worth your entire life. Stop focusing on what you did wrong and start focusing on what you are doing right. The slip of the tongue, the miscalculation you did, the opportunity you missed. All of those are not who you are. You are not your mistakes. So don't let them define you. Just pick the lessons and let them guide your future deeds and decisions. That is the best thing your last mistake can do, helping you make more informed choices. Everyone makes mistakes. From literate to illiterate to professionals, children to adults, men and women, everyone has a mistake they've made. Some have been able to outlive theirs, while others wallow in the aftermath of what they did. The difference is all how we handle these mistakes. Failure is only an event, not a reality. And when we fail, the most courageous thing to do is just to rise up and go beyond our mistakes. The Bible in Proverbs 24, verse 16, encourages us to rise again when we fall. It says, "For though 1,000 may fall 7 times, he still gets up, but the wicked stumble in bad times." Even God is not happy when you let go of your dreams simply because you took the wrong step. He wants you to try again. Just because you sinned once doesn't mean that you throw away your salvation altogether. You can always come back to him and make things right, just like the prodigal son returned to the father's house. Remember the story of David and Bathsheba? David sinned with Uriah's wife and organized to have him killed, yet God called him a man after his own heart. Why? Because the moment David realized he had sinned against God, he acted towards making things right. Yes, he felt very broken and remorseful, but feeling self-pity was not the only thing he did. The Bible says that he knew of his predicament. He prayed and fasted and petitioned God to have mercy on him and his son. And the son might have died, but the fact that David realized his mistake and apologized is what softened God's heart into giving him another son by the same lady. He may have tripped at time, but afterwards David committed himself to pleasing God. And that is how, despite his last mistake, God called him a man who was after his own heart. Saul, before he became an apostle, was a notorious persecutor of believers. He used to go from church to church and issue letters of persecution against the early Christians. He had no mercy for them.
That's true, Faith. I do have a first class honours degree. Wow, that's fantastic.
Something happened and his life changed forever.
In computer science, worked as a consultant in the big tech before there were energy torture. The key to targeting is they must keep it a secret. Yes.
But he did not let that define
This is
him.
it.
He went beyond it and further.
You're right.
Just in case you failed.
I wish I had your skills in computers.
I just want to encourage you today.
Although they appear to operate like a well-oiled machine, they do not make mistakes, which can be evident.
They are in the
You're right.
And that is where you should keep them. Don't let anyone make you feel confined in any way to the things you did in the past. Don't limit yourself either. All those restraints and fears that you're feeling are in your head. They're making yourself less of a person than you truly are. Today, take action.
I hope you get my
Doing
abbreviations.
what you couldn't before. Going beyond your failures and challenging yourself to new levels. Don't let your mistakes define you. Instead, strive to do better each and every day. Take up the challenge against yourself. Your past doesn't define or limit you. What does, however, is what you're going to do right now. Is it a step in the positive or negative direction? Whatever you do, don't let your mistakes define you.
When humans are suffering, they tend to make two demands that are impossible to fulfill simultaneously. On one hand, we want people to notice the depth of our pain and sorrow, how deep we are in the pit, how unique and tragic our circumstances are. At the same time, we don't want to be made to feel that we really need the assistance of others. In one breath, we say, "Help me. Can't you see I'm suffering?" And in the next, we say, "How dare you act as though I needed you and your help?" The suffering person doesn't want to be alone and at the same time demands not to be pitied. However, there is a certain thing, a feeling that breaks down this emotional wall of "I don't need your help." The way one approaches and engages a person experiencing emotional distress can be the undoing of that guard, the guard that emotionally troubled people put around themselves. And this is sympathy. When we're going through a lot of pain and suffering, no one seems to understand how we feel. They just don't get it. They only say they understand, but as a matter of fact, they don't. And we can notice it. We put up a brave face when they are there, but when they leave, we break down and cry because they don't understand. But when we finally come upon someone who sympathizes with us, one who understands we need to cry our pain out and is okay when we have several emotional outbursts, we begin to feel a sense of comfort and emotional familiarity. We begin to see that we are actually not alone in this island of pain and tears and breakdowns. We begin to get the support and comfort we've been seeking. We let down our emotional guards, and for the first time ever, we see the hope of healing. because all we look for when hurting is sympathy. And it's totally okay to have someone who understands your pain and walks you through it. One who gets why you are how you are and walks you down the recovery road. It could be all we feel we need sometimes. However, looking for sympathy from people could be wrong in this way. It makes you forget where you should look in times of distress. It makes you forget that God should be your first port of call. It makes you forget that before trying to make me understand your pain, before trying to make your partner understand why you can't stop crying, before you call your pastor or your friends, you should tell God first. I mean, we all at some point experience weakness, whether physically, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually. It is in these times of need that we may seek the sympathy of friends and family. But God wants us to call out to Him and ask Him for strength. He tells us to come to Him when we are burdened, and He will provide rest. In times of trouble, as a believer, don't look for sympathy from people. Look for strength from God. And how do you look for strength from God? First, you have to admit that you're feeling weak. It is no use putting up a strong face and heart in the face of the one who still loves you even when you're at your worst. God wants to see you come to Him just as you are, with all that conflict of emotions, with the anger and betrayal you feel. No matter how broken you think you are, come to Him. He has seen worse, trust Him. And He will never, ever disown you or forsake you or leave you. Don't feel ashamed. Don't feel too little. Don't feel anything less than the beloved child of the King of Kings. Come to God with your pain because you are feeling weak, because you are in need of help, because something inside you is breaking apart, and God is the only one who can fix it. And this takes you to the next step, which is to ask for help. This points us to prayer. Pray to God. Ask Him to strengthen you. Let Him know you feel tired of life. Let Him know that you don't feel like you can do this anymore and that you're on the verge of giving up. Let Him know that you've been trying to hide it from yourself, from people around you, and even from God Himself. But this didn't help, and now you want Him to intervene in the situation. Let God know that you have sought everywhere for help and found none. Let Him know that you feel like you're fighting a losing battle and you need strength to keep going. Pour out your heart in prayer. The Lord says in Jeremiah 33:3, "Call unto me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you do not know." Psalm 46 verse 1 says, "God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble." Let Him into your weakness, whether emotional, physical, or spiritual. Let Him handle it. Take it all to the Lord in prayer, and He promises He will answer. He has promised to take care of you. And the way to proclaim the promises of God is to read them and personalize them and hold them close to your heart. God says in Isaiah chapter 41, verse 20, "Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." He says He will strengthen you. So why are you afraid? Why do you fear like your knees are failing and your vision blurring? Why do you think that you're not going to make it out of this? Because you haven't turned your eyes to God yet. You're still looking for sympathy from people. You're looking for help, yes, but in all the wrong places. If you let God into your situation, He will strengthen you. So turn to Him. He promises again in Psalm 50, verse 15, "Call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver you, and you shall glorify me." And as you seek strength from the Lord, I want you to keep in mind that it is completely fine to feel weak at some point. You have not failed God. In fact, He's glad to see you turn to Him. He knows that your heart is not carved out of stone and you're not made of wood. You are human, and feeling weakened and troubled by life is part of being human. So it's okay. God is not ashamed of you. Neither should you feel ashamed of yourself or think any less of yourself. It is in your weakness that God's power is manifested. 2 Corinthians chapter 22, verse 9. My grace
Just
is
to
sufficient for
clarify,
you, for my
I'm in
power is
Bristol.
made perfect
Okay.
in weakness.
Me.
In your weakness, God makes you strong. And his grace is sufficient because he turns your weakness into great strength if you let him. Your weakness today is your testimony
You're in
tomorrow.
Bristol.
If you let
You're
God
near
strengthen you,
your
he has
Bath.
promised
Are
that
you
he
near
will.
Bath?
And all that's left, which takes us to the next step, is to trust him. God's promises are for sure true, but they may not happen overnight. He always works things out in his perfect timing, based on his knowledge of what's best for us, not how desperate we are, not based on our level of need, but based on his good and perfect will for us. His process might be slow judging by human means, but it will definitely happen. If he has said
Just
it,
to clarify,
he
when
will
I
do
said
it.
I get
He is the Lord,
evidence,
and
I
there is
mean
nothing
surprise,
that
and
is too
this
hard
is
for
what you
him.
need to do. Yeah.
Trust his plan,
Some
not
people
your plan.
record
Hold on to
everything, I
his
know,
promises. Don't try
and
to face
everyone,
difficulties
which
on your own.
only
Let
helps
him
them.
hold your hand
That
and
is
walk
true.
you through them. Do not look for
And get the
sympathy from
local
other
people to
people.
label them
True
until,
strength
yes,
comes from
exactly.
God.
I
Many
learned
people help
that
you, but
very
they will
quickly.
not help you
You're right.
forever. People may be
I
there
am
for
sure
you when
you
you're
probably
having your
understand
anger
this,
outbursts,
but
by
wanted
the
to
fifth time,
clarify so
there
many
may be no
targets
one left
play
to calm
into
you
the
down.
hands
They
by
may
recording
provide for
and
you
being
the
abused
first
to
time, the
strangers.
second time,
Street
third time,
theatre.
but
Yeah.
trust me, sooner or later they will tire
Kingswood
and
Bath,
they will stop
side of
helping you.
Bristol.
Or they
Oh,
will help
right.
you but half-heartedly.
Yeah.
Or they will help you but shout to the
Um,
whole world that were it not for them, you'd be
Norton.
long dead.
Something Norton.
People cannot be relied on, but
It's like a
God
small
can.
village
God
outside
is the
of
only true help in times of trouble.
in
He
that
will
region of
never get tired of
Somerset,
helping you.
because
He will never
it's
give up
like the
watching out for you
military.
and keeping
When
you
he left
safe.
the military,
God will never let
and I
go
don't
of
know
your
why he
hand.
ended up in
His
Bath,
love for you is unconditional and complete.
Bristol,
Warm,
Bath. Is that anywhere
caring,
near each
and
other? I can't
embracing,
remember now.
even at our lowest.
But
I know that human comfort is
he's
important
really
because
has
we're
done
social beings.
horrible certain things I can't go public about. And my
Depend
daughter,
on man
I
for your
found out
well-being. This is
about.
what the Lord says in
Yeah,
Jeremiah
so
chapter
East
17,
Midlands. I'm
verse 5.
about
Cursed
an
is the one who trusts
hour's
in
and
man,
10 minutes
who
drive from
depends
central
on
London.
flesh for his strength,
So
and
I
whose heart
can't
turns
mention the
away from the
town
Lord.
publicly
And
on
then
it.
he goes on to say
But no
in
doubt
verse
powers
7,
up he knows.
but blessed is the man who trusts in the
Yeah,
Lord,
so shite
whose
it's a
confidence
fan.
is in him.
Not being rude,
Like a
but
tree
I would
planted
love
by
to have
the
your
water that
skills in
sends out its
technology though.
roots by the stream. It does not fear when heat comes.
That's
Its
one
leaves
thing
are
I,
always
you know,
green.
I might
It has
know
no
certain
worries in a
subjects,
year of
but I've
drought
quoted
and never
already.
fails to bear fruit. Yes,
But with
it is important to have
like
people who care about you,
software,
but where in
I
your
mean,
list of helpful
I had
resources
my
have you
ex
placed
monitor
God?
generation
Do you let
from
people take the
Israel
place of God
before
in your
the
life?
channels got took
How
down.
about God?
He
Is he
was
just
helping
another
me with
invisible being,
software,
more of a fictional
how to
character
monitor
in the
who's
story of
hacking
your life?
into you,
How high do you
peer
regard him,
block.
if at all
Well, I
you
can
do?
no longer use that
I
because you have to
want
be
to give you
subscribed.
this assurance
No, I'm not
today
going to pay
that
for
God
service.
exists, that he is true, that he created you, and he loves you. He loves you so much, he sent down his only son to die for your sins. He cares about you and your all-around
Yeah, computer
well-being.
science, isn't
Physical
it?
and
What they want me to know. Well,
wants you to trust him enough, the strength you need.
well,
All
there's
he
not
wants
very
from
good
you
dues in
is
that
to let
important
go
job
of trying to be
that
your
you
own savior,
trained all
to
that
quit
time
giving
for.
people the responsibility of taking care of you. He wants to take care of you himself if you will let him. Stop venting and start praying, child of God. You don't need sympathy from other people. You need the Lord to strengthen you.
Never give up.
Never give up.
Sustaining your faith in Christ
Thanks for
requires
spreading
boldness
the
and
important.
courage and
Hello,
grace.
how are
It
you,
needs a
Tony?
lot of perseverance
Wow,
and
nice to see you from
Actually,
America.
here is a call
Thanks
to
for
the
spreading
endurance of
important
all
word.
saints.
Yeah, it's all
Revelation
about.
14:12.
I'm playing something
Why
in the
does the Bible
background
call
to
for
keep me
endurance?
focused.
Because it
I'm
is
trying to
not
make sure I
easy.
don't focus
Our
today.
lives
How are
not
you?
all smooth. They're not a bed
Sorry,
of roses.
Waken. I was
There are
talking to
struggles we
you
must go through.
as a new
There's
person.
pain we must feel.
We're not
There are
people.
battles we
Sorry,
must
we are
fight,
people.
not only because of believing Jesus, but just
Let
by
me
the
just
nature
pause
of
it.
being human. Such is the life of a human being.
We are the flesh and blood living individuals. We are not person is the statute, is the birth certificate. So if you look at videos, right, the straw man, it's not anything conspiracy theory. We are not the Mr. like men. You are not master, miss. Sorry, correction. I'm not going to be politically correct on YouTube. One is not the title on the birth certificate. We were born without a title. So the format on the birth certificate that the state created for mum or dad, so whatever family makeup one has or had, created another entity, which is a corporation name. And that corporation name, it was created for the monetary system and business and commerce. So that one is seen as a surety. Yeah. So this is how the mortgage, anyone research a mortgage swindle yet? Because that is another minefield to go down. So not just focusing on the targeted subject, but one is needs to be educated in all the other subjects entwined together. Doesn't matter where you live. I mean, I can only quote about England. One may have, because I knew stuff about America already, but there was really good educational individuals a few years ago from America. They got set up, and but they didn't know about the target program. But they were focusing on canon law. One was focusing on trust and equity. One was going on common law. So when you go through your learning stages and you finally work it out, it's all about business and commerce. So when they take out insurance policies, these corporations worldwide, it is an international targeted list. It is out there. I've got a copy and I haven't got everyone's details on it. And when I tried, I thought I edited out people's details, which I forgot some of it. So I got the video took down, but I've saved it privately, but I've also saved the list. Now, somebody on Telegram, the group, I don't know where they got it, but they must have been good at computers or hacking the dark web. And in England, it showed people I knew in England, your TIs. What? So I knew a couple of their details, so I emailed them. Well, when there was a live Zoom meeting on a Sunday, I joined and private messaged one of the individuals that this is, and I shared the link with them in that private chat. So, yeah, so they're aware. So, now with AI and the future of digital technology, everything about we the living individuals, what we know now, is up for grabs. It always has been. And the new, data is the new gold. If anyone heard that terminology yet, data is always going to be, for the future, is going to be the new gold value. So why do you think the movies out there called Avatar? They're creating the digital. It's not just target individuals worldwide. This is what its future. Have you ever looked into Dubai? It's not just about oil. An old friend of mine years ago, I used to know, he had a company, he's a travel worldwide on business with IBM computer company. And he taught me a lot about, when I first got my first computer. So in the year 97, 98, and then up to the year 2000, I got my first computer in 2000. So yeah, he taught me a lot about travel, business, and basic things like that. He wanted to get involved in, and he was very much connected with a certain bloodline family, which I'm not privy to mention, because he was a very good friend of mine at the time, very close, the only loyal friend I had, really, and he was very good to me and my kids at the time. It's a shame because, he could not marry outside of his bloodline family. the family had to prove the marriage, but he got set up with an ex-girlfriend who had a bee in a bonnet, and certain things happened. I won't go into it at a party, not with her, but the way she did it to get his sperm so she could have a kid and say it's his and get his money from the family is very demonic. So luckily I knew about things, certain things, and I was able to help him like he used to help me. But he, what was I saying? He went up to set a new company. He came to this town first, obviously, because I gave him some information about the political contacts I used to know that may be interested in the product he and his colleague had set up. Now, these were before they were known as electric scooters, electric cars. These were electric mini taxis, self-operating. And I wasn't quite clued up in the 90s what he meant by self-operating, which I know now to be AI. And that's how far back all this technology has been around. And I'll check the chat if anyone's commenting in a minute. And then, so he went to the certain transport public servants in my area all those years ago and said, we've got a prototype and we've got it set up on a land they hired, and they set up these cars and they operated on a mini rail, like a bit of a tram tracks, but it wasn't for that, it was for the electric cars. But they weren't cars, they were like mini taxis. So you would get in them, you'll put your, in English money, you'll put your 50p in, that's what it was telling me at the time, and you would tell the program screen what destination you want to go, and it was destined just to be short distances, like a taxi, right, but on the rail system. And it was built to be just high enough above the houses, you know, for a city area. And then you know, like London has metro, but it wasn't as sophisticated as metro system in London. It was a different version, a smaller version. So he went to the local public servants in my area with the plans and the idea, and to pitch for this town to be the first in the world to have the system. And the guy in question, called Terry, he's now passed away, the political guy, but he turned the offer down. So my friend showed me the plans. I saw the plans as we had the pub meal and having a chat one day. And this is a long time ago. And he said, well, myself and my colleague were going to Dubai. We're taking this Middle East. They've got the funds. Britain is not ready yet for our technology. And there isn't a European country we can trust. And we do believe the Saudis and their infrastructure and the advancement in hologram technology will be ready for this. So the last thing I heard that he was traveling around the world, because in the family, what they do every year, they do the yachting, you know, in Cowes, Isle of Wight in the summertime. They do the parties, they do Vienna, opera, you know, all these period dates throughout the year, these bloodline families do all the time. Okay, and they expect their offspring to do the same, the traditional events. These are extremely wealthy people with silver spoons in the mouth. Although he had one, he didn't act like it, mind you. And so yeah, so he went to Dubai, and so when I researched about hologram and what technology they were doing, they had it's like a football stadium inside, indoors, and they had the holograms where they create water, where they create the dolphins coming out of the sea, and it is all done by graphics. and the advancement of technology he had in Dubai. So yeah, I don't really know what happened to his, because we lost contact then, and it's a shame really. And I've got loads of photos of him and me and the kids. So there's evidence out, yeah, I knew this guy, and he's extremely wealthy, even more now, because the business took off. And here we are in England, electric cars, aren't we? But not on the miniature version that he wanted to set up originally with the taxi system. But that won't be far off. So yeah, so England lost out. I had a penny's worth on that one. Oops. Just thought I'll add that point. Just to clarify, because of hacking, I barely progressed my computer skills. I'm sorry to hear that. Trying to use computer being torture, so I've given up computing for time being. Yeah, I do not blame you. Hi, Unbreakable. You have a targeting list? Yes. Oh, yes. It's international, empowered. The expression data is the new oil is relating to data mining. Yes, it is. Definitely. This is where you find new information in data, e.g. Many weather data to people's buying habits. Yes. So you have the correct amount of food. Yeah. It's more detailed as well. Yeah, exactly. For 4 times of the year, hot summer day plus bank holiday, more beer, barbecue food, data mining. It's also to understand individuals' health, sales data, etc. Biodata. It's the biodata. Basically, big data can reveal information, much more with the sympathetic materials made in biodata for the human body, by the way. I can't go into specifics because I just don't want me to talk about that. I did before, but they got my channel took down when I tried. So I've got to be careful. Patterns and information, etc., that could never be seen or understood before. The big money, hence the term data is the new oil. There you go. Yep. And then connect the dots. Then look into DNA. That's what I'm saying. That's what I can say. Okay. That's what I'm saying. I can't say any more. Oh, sorry, did I miss somebody? Thanks for sending the word. Yeah, Unbreakable, Tony T. You're having a hard time yourself. I'm reading your posts and your videos of what people are saying, and ignore them. Ignore them. You just got to do what you got to do, because it's all about distractions and turning people against each other. Yes, awaken a biodata, DNA, and the distance. Yeah. You are clued up. Well done. Yes, empowered. I'll put PUP, is that alright? For short. I'm just going to play this in the background. I haven't eaten my a proper meal yet. But I'm almost done. It's going to take me all day.
Job said, "Man that is born of woman is of a few days and full of trouble." Job 14:1. So problems are part of life. Storms are things we must go through. And if you think yours is bad, think about Job. One right after the other. Before he could get over the trauma of the first problem, the second came, and the third, and then it became a series. And Job was one that feared God. Even God could testify about it. Yet he wasn't spared in the time of affliction. So just because you're a child of God, it doesn't mean that you won't face problems. In fact, it makes you more prone to them. But here's the good thing. When you believe in him, he fights the battle there with you. He faces the storm with you. He never leaves you alone. I may not know what despair you're in, and I may not share your pain. I may not even understand how you feel. I may have no idea how it hurts, but I can tell you one thing. Don't you ever give up. God is with you in the storm. The devil may tempt you to give up, and he may lie to you that will never bear fruit. He may try to coax you to give it all up. Resist and flee from him. Turn a deaf ear to all that he says. He might even use your friends or family or colleagues to deceive you into giving up. Do not give in to his attempts and tricks. Even during the trying of Job, he was urged by his wife to give up his faith, curse God, and die. But Job answered her rightly that she had spoken like a foolish woman. He kept on believing in God. He never gave up his faith. At the end, we see how Job overcame and how God restored him and blessed him more than he had before the affliction. What about if Job had given up on the fight? Most likely he would have died a miserable man, living a glorious life but dying shamefully. But his latter days were better because he had chosen to hold on to God. Now, sometimes it's not even external voices that are urging us to give up. It's ourselves. We feel overwhelmed. We feel like we're at the end of our rope. We wonder why our friends are succeeding faster than us, or why our careers are not growing. Why, despite our prayers, the battle is still persisting? Why is it still raging fiercely like never before? Why is it that nothing we're doing is changing the situation? The why me, why this question is a common one. Why me of all people? Why this of all the things? Why is it that you are always getting ill, always visiting the doctor, always getting into clashes with everyone? Why is nothing in your life that ever happens the way you want it to? But whatever it is, know that it happens for a reason, and a good one. You will face battles from all directions. Battles will come in your family. You'll be attacked at work, or a stranger at the train station will pick an argument with you for no reason. Battles will even be present at your church. The congregation might even be disoriented, and then you become weary and get discouraged. You begin to ask God, why? So why? Well, for one, it was never meant to be easy. Jesus said in Matthew 7:14, the way is hard that leads to life, and those who find it are few. But again in 2 Corinthians 12:9, he promises us that his grace will be sufficient. Do not give up even in the face of failure, because your Father above always says that you will not be the tail, but the head. If you stay strong and bold, victory will be your eventual assurance. During the time he was under temptation, Job might have appeared to be losing. It might have appeared like there was no more hope for him, but the Lord did not put him to shame. Neither will he shame you. I am a human. I know how it feels. I know how it feels to be at the bottom, to come last. I know how it feels to put all your strength into something, your money, your time, your resources, and then one day it comes crumbling down. One day all of it is gone. It hurts. It breaks your heart into pieces to put all your efforts into the exam, late night, group discussions, private coaching, and then the results don't come out as you had expected. You might have been working all your years for a career. You spent so much time building your marriage and your family. You've invested so much time into your business, and then it begins to break apart. My word is just this for you. Do not give up. No matter how bad it hurts, do not give up. No matter how hard they laugh at you, do not give up. No matter how discouraged you might be feeling, do not give up. Remember not the things of the past, but focus on your future. Reaffirm your goals, reaffirm your faith, and renew your salvation. Even if you feel like you're caged in sin, believe in God that he is fighting the battle with you. Even if that old habit is creeping back, do not give up the fight. Do not give in to the temptation. Focus on him. Focus on your future. Fix your eyes on the prize, not the hurdles. Have the mind of Paul. Brothers and sisters, I do not consider myself as yet to have taken hold of it, but one thing I do, forgetting what is behind and straining toward what is ahead. I press on toward the goal to win the prize for which God has called me heavenward in Christ Jesus. Philippians 3:13. Defeat is only temporary, but when you give up, it becomes permanent. When you allow and accept failure into your life, it will take a seat and make itself comfortable and stay forever. You might be down today, but you can be up tomorrow. But when you keep lamenting and complaining, you will never have the courage to move. You will always be crowded by fear. You will always have excuses as to why this can't work. This is impossible. I can't do this. You see, God says that He has not given us a spirit of fear, but one of courage and self-control. Why fear? Why shy away? Why feel inferior? Now, I understand that sometimes it can be too hard to take, but it should not weigh us down forever. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Only those who refuse to give up, those who persist, endure, and stay firm will see the fruit of their labor. Success is not a one-day thing. It's not a press button and light shines all over. It's not an instantaneous. It's made up of all that: failures, setbacks, discouragements. But when you stay one-minded about what you want, do whatever it takes, and believe in God, you're going to make it. Now, it may not be today or tomorrow or next year, but eventually it's going to happen. The Bible puts it clearly in Proverbs 24:16. For though the righteous man falls 7 times, they rise again, but the wicked stumble when calamity strikes. If you give up, it means the promises of God are not applicable to your life, which is not true, because God loves you. He's called you to be a part of His family, the family of courage, boldness, and victory. The righteous man rises because they have faith in Him who is king over everything. The righteous man knows and believes that Jesus can calm all storms. The righteous man is totally persuaded that God is able to deliver him from his struggles. He knows that without a doubt that God is victorious and He will win all battles if he trusts in Him. He is sure of the promises of God. He knows that no matter how dark the night might be in the morning, it will be light and sunshine. He knows that pain is at night, but joy will come in the morning. God will not leave you to face your struggles alone. He will not let you face your enemies on your own. If you believe in Him and His power, His ability to overcome all battles, you will be victorious. Because you know that you're not struggling in vain. You're not fighting for your faith for nothing, but that a reward for you is in heaven. And at the end of the race, you will be crowned as a good and faithful servant. God did not put that dream in you so that it would remain dormant. He did not give you that vision so that it might remain only to be a vision and have no one see it be actualized. He did not put in you that gift, that desire, so that within a few attempts you would give up. He is faithful. He knows that it is a trouble-filled world we live in, and that is why He is always with us, even in our battles. He knows that without Him, we are nothing, so He will never forsake us. He knows that we need Him in our lives every day, every hour, every minute, every second. And that's why He will always be there for us. Sometimes the wait is too long, but do not give up. Your Savior is right there. Just wait for the perfect time to reveal His glory. Even when you feel like He's giving you a very heavy task, do not be discouraged. He sees you as being faithful. His grace is sufficient. And besides, He's given us a helper, the Holy Spirit, so that we might carry on with the work He assigned. You might feel like you trailed off from the right path and strayed from God. Do not despair. Focus not on your past, but on your loving Father who is waiting for you with open arms. Now, you might be feeling like your dreams are becoming elusive, and your goals are just too big to become a reality. You might be feeling weary, and all you desire is rest. But do not give up. He who started the good work in you is faithful enough to bring it into completion. You only have to keep trusting, keep praying, keep pressing on, keep believing. The last stretch is always the longest. The last blow is always the hardest. The last hour is always the darkest. But after that, there comes a victory. After that, it's a celebration, but only for those who do not give up. Only for those who stay strong and courageous. Only for those who believe that God is with them in the battle and trust that it's a win that's coming home. It's only them that will have the crown of victory put on their heads. Choose to be among them.
God's promise to you is that no weapon formed against you will prosper. Here is the reassuring promise of foolproof protection. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. Isaiah 54:17. This verse is bold, and the words are quoted directly from God. Yet how often do we find ourselves unable to tap into this awesome promised power? Sometimes things happen that we don't understand. It could be a seemingly simple situation that quickly escalates and begins to threaten our very existence. Do you know what I am talking about? A simple swell that soon becomes life-threatening. A casual argument that grows to threaten your marriage. Unfriendly interaction at work that soon begins to threaten your job. Threatening situations often start small, and before we know it, we have a potent weapon that is armed against us. What do you do when you seem to be losing?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to stop that.
Threatening situations often start small, and before we know it, we have a potent weapon that is formed against us. What do you do when you seem to be losing? What do you do when the people you thought you could rely on turn their backs on you?
Tell you, the world we're living in. Bloody stop hacking my phone. They want you to starve, I tell you. Bloody all this BS. Come on, stop hacking my bloody phone. Shoot. Right. It's ridiculous what you have to bloody do and everything drops at the same time. It's time night. Oh, ignoring that horn beeping. That. Bloody have to take photographs of this. They want you to use that your mobile data when they would do all this BS to you. Right. Bloody. I have to leave up cereal tonight, I think. Some cereal, that's my bloody food today. Yeah. Rebuttal. They even hacked my bloody post to my son, even though he doesn't talk to me anymore, for his birthday on Friday. And I paid for that recorded post, and they even make sure I didn't get there. This is demonic. I can hear the frequency burning my bloody ears off. The radiation in the area strong, so I don't like having the Wi-Fi on as much. Right, a second. God bless it well, work out it well, thank you. You too. Yeah, EMP, yeah, thank you. There, they do use that technology or AI. I'm going to head off to bed. Good luck with that. Hope you do get some rest. I'm going to be still up trying to get some food and fresh up. Okay, I'm just going to play out with this. Take care. Nice to talk to you. And Maria, when you're in early. Is it a full moon, isn't it? But it is. It's all tomorrow. They always hacking everything. No, definitely hacking my phone. Maria, good night. Blessings to you too. Take care, Maria. And you in Paris. I'm going to the stream now.